Information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
The Constructive Talk team with Pastor Google are asking for your support in their back-to-school drive. Let's help the less fortunate children get ready for the new school term. Donations of notebooks, copybooks, stationeries, and book bags would be greatly appreciated. Show your love, show your generosity by contacting 464-703, and we will organize collection of your donations. Thank you from the Constructive Talk team. And remember to be kind, be generous, and be loved.
Yak and Friends proudly presents Uhuru 8. Join us on Saturday, July 25th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the City Hall Auditorium, Harris Promenade in San Fernando. This year's celebration is held in honor of Mr. Anthony Kamiziong as we continue strengthening our African ties through culture, unity, and heritage. Experience an unforgettable evening of African dance, powerful drumming, cultural expression, and great food. Early bird tickets are $350 admits 2 and $200 admits 1. Come dressed in your finest African attire for a chance to win Best Dressed Male and Female. Celebrate African culture. Celebrate freedom. Celebrate Uhuru 8. For tickets, contact 684-1792 or ticket outlet at Something Special with Finishing Touch at Ritz Plaza, number 25, St. James Street in San Fernando.
Coming soon to Constructive Talk Network, Critical Thinkers. It's a youth show with a youth perspective on current affairs and issues in Trinidad and Tobago. Critical Thinkers, youth perspective on Constructive Talk.
Experiencing a global phenomenon with serious issues mankind choose to fool around. Then they go find out facing real consequences that when you play totish games you win foolish prizes. The mighty US of A, look how them in disarray because they forget the first dose of madness. So with the short-term memory, they welcome back Donald T to give that fascist a second term in office. But after they take the bait and they realize where's the fate, enough of them want to change the vote, but it is too late. You see the FA, FO, you see the FA, now Uncle Donald they're supporting, but he put their support on ice and themselves he start deporting. F-O, I said the F-A, now they go F-O. But now Donald breaks in because it now so keen. He naming the Epstein files, so they now studying like they're voting a presidential pedophile. F-O, I said the F-A, now they go F-O. You see when you're ever wrong, there's no doubt. Even Uncle Sam will find out that what's sour in Bam Bam starts sweet in the mouth. When you shout F-A, F-O, tell you that is, tell him that is the code. Oh, say, can you see? You see the code? Come in. Trinidad love all fours, you know that is the truth. So when America Trump, we just follow suit. If them MAGA morons is America's concern, well, we present government is easily the clones. From 2010 to 15, the tenure was so obscene. Scandalize the land and destroy we economy. What? Like we missed the free-for-all, incompetence and bubble. So we bring them back to finish mash up the country. And as they assume their roles, I set a square peg in wrong holes. Now plenty people who help them win at the polls. Feel the F-A, F-O. They say the F-A, now they go F-O. The two worst Alexanders in the world and team make ministers. One is a racist troll and one need a West Indian first primer. F-A, F-O. I said the F-A, now we go F-O. Meanwhile, Tanti setting up TNT in people worship we in place. She should have let the Yankee army plant the radar in shipping palace. F-A, F-O. I said the F-A, now she go F-O. You see when you're ever wrong, there's no doubt. Persona non grata must find out that what's sour in Bam Bam starts sweet in she mouth. Sing it out. F-A, F-O. Tell you that is, tell them that is the code. Cause when cold yellow wins, corruption begins. Where's the real code? Let me talk to the doc. Doc, you had the mandate of most of the electorate, not to mention the support of your party base. Somehow you took that to mean you could manipulate and dictate the decision of who should take your place. And because you were the top dog, you move like an overlord. You find when you tell them jump, they should have asked how high. You set out to sway the vote, offer up a young scapegoat to just get a kobo sweat after you say bye-bye. You delay party convention, play with party constitution, and figure you could have gerrymander the outcome. But your F-A, F-O, your F-A, and then your F-O. You chain up the young man for truth to snap the election fingers fast. Although every poll warn you that would have be a shortcut as F-A, F-O, your F-A, now all of we F-O. So for your voters who stayed away, you certainly have a part to play. But they feel like they get betrayed like it has snake
has the assignment to put we country into alignment. But every time they read us with their ego, it's the vulnerable who feeling that below. Lord, is it ignorance or is it arrogance? I don't know what to call it in this instance. Look at paradise right in front we eyes, but we still want to talk about who we despise.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we start to mash up the good things we know.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we treat we traditions like a Barbie show, you could fix everything on we island. Put gunships on we back like a tyrant. You could put 10 radars all up Scarborough. But don't forget,
this is Trinidad.
We love we freedom, and every citizen will agree that no oppression will be accepted by our Trini. We come from long days on the ground, working hard until daylight come, so we'll see it wrong to be a financial donkey. Cause every day we see a new taxation that causing a new kind of sufferation. And when you don't create that irritation, you send police to fix with desperation. Lord, where's the common sense? Where's the true intent to make you think oppression is relevant? Don't be shocked, my friend, when we start to bend and you see them placards in front of the parliament.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we little children are not free to grow.
Tell me where else can we go?
If they try to ban the words in the calypso, you could try to stop social media or the taping of police murders. You could rewrite a bill like this also. But don't forget, this is Trinidad. Take one look around. Even lingo and all could see confusions in tongue. And it's affecting everybody. Politicians and Facebook trolls. Even Kaisonians lost their role. The world's upside down. And I'm worried for my country. Cause every day I see victimization, racial and social aberration. We saying is love need to go wrong, but we spreading this thing like a toxin. Man, things getting so tense, some can't pay their rent, and the effect of this feeling permanent. But what scares me though, just so that you know, is the money we about to borrow.
Tell me where else can we go?
If the IMF start to pull we toe.
Tell me where else can we go?
If we toilet paper start to run too low, you could stress out the sea pepper worker. Take a fool and make him a leader. You could change every board cause it's your show. But don't forget, this is Trinidad. I know it's good intentions. We Prime Minister have for we, but brutal measures would only cause rebellion in TNT, like what caused Cambule in times of old. And it's so the story unfold. It's that rebellion that give we people identity. So careful how you deal with we intellect, cause DNA remembers every aspect. Not every time we cry is just politics. Your mind could start to play you some dirty tricks. Look, remember that honor comes before minister, and that's why we give you so much power. So don't let us down, and don't let us frown. We need to see our 360 turn around.
Tell me where else can we go?
If your promises start to look untrue,
Tell me where else can we go?
if your own voters losing trust in you, you could do what you want with what intent. You could bar talk the independent bench. You could change the country that we once know. But don't forget, this is Trinidad.
Our defending monarch, Elon Francis.
Francis.
Don't forget.
And everybody in the surprise calypso, right?
Worried and I'm feeling the pain. My faith's been tested time and time again. Oh, but my spirit is determined to believe and to overcome life trials that seem to never done. But still, I kneel before you with a praying song. Lord, I come to pray for the strength and the faith that's required. Amen. I pray for my people to not lose their fire. Suffering in silence. Grant them wisdom, cures, clarity and guidance. I pray for the young and I pray for the old. Cover their minds, Lord, don't let them lose control. Though we stand in sin, no transgressions are many. Thank God for the life that He gave me. To all you who doubting and losing faith, time to congregate, no time to separate. I'm calling on the prayer warriors in the country. Come for Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. Life is getting harder to manage. Oh yeah. The plan you had for us, it's vanishing.
Good evening, Trinidad and Tobago, and those of you who locked on to Constructive Talk. Good evening to you guys. Thank you very much for coming on and being a part of this evening's program. I'm supposed to have a guest with me. I don't know what's happening. It's one of the reasons why I am still trying to figure out what's going on. So I'm supposed to have a guest with me this evening, and looking out for my guest to still show up. I hope he does show up. All right. There's so much happening in Trinidad and Tobago. So much continues to happen in Trinidad and Tobago. I saw a video that is going viral of the minister in the Ministry of Housing again showing up at a community, predominantly African people. And I feel I will call the counselor for that area. I feel like we're going to try and call the counselor for that area. Because I'm trying to understand. And I want to say hats off to the counselor. There's a counselor who did a video, very classy video, to show Philip Alexander that, hey, you play coming after the member of parliament for Maloney, Miss Kumi Robinson Regis. But we want to show you, and we want to let you know, in a classy way she did it. And if I get her number too, I would call her also. All right? So, all of the horses, let me try and see if you can get this counselor on the air.
Worried and I'm feeling the pain. My faith's been tested time and time again. Oh, but my spirit is determined to believe and to overcome life trials that seem to never done. But still, I kneel before you with a praying song. Lord, I come to pray for the strength and the faith that's required. Amen. I pray for my people to not lose their fire. Amen. Sending prayers for those who suffering in silence. Grant them wisdom, cures, clarity and guidance. I pray for the young and I pray for the old. Cover their minds, Lord, don't let them lose control. Though we stand in sin, no transgressions are many. Thank God for the life that He gave me. To all you who doubting and losing faith, time to congregate and no time to separate. I'm calling on the prayer warriors in the country. Come for Trinidad, need we cause I say Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. Life is getting harder to manage. Oh yeah. The plan you had for us, it's vanishing. Because the violence, Lord, the nation in distress. What's it gonna take? We need a rest. It's time that we repent and we confess. Cause Lord, I'm tired of the bloodshed, it rising in numbers. Amen. I'm tired see the youth choose the path of plunder. Amen. Can't walk the street in peace is a problem. Father, intervene, please save your children. Amen. I pray for them gangs, them surrender your soul. You're not fully done, but you're fully in control. To change up your mindset and clean up your community. Thank God for the life that He gave we. To all you who doubting and losing faith, time to congregate and no time to separate. I'm calling all the prayer warriors in the country. Come for Trinidad, need we cause I say Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. Deception is spreading, it's trending. Oh yeah. Greed and lies has surely shake we faith. Hearts gone cold, the wicked quoting well. Doubt in a place where hope should dwell. We all have to answer to you, so knees go bend. In the end, Lord, I pray for the leaders to lead with integrity. Amen. So my people could thrive and provide for the family. Amen. I really fed up on the racism, hate the division. We all have history here, don't matter your religion. I'm praying for all them false prophets that mislead your flock. Lord, open the eyes of the sheep that they mock. I pray in your strength and we in solidarity. Thank God for the life that He gave me. So all you who doubting and losing faith, time to congregate and no time to separate. I'm calling all the prayer warriors in the country. Come for Trinidad, need we cause I say Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Trinidad need a blessing. Amen. With you we walking through the fire. Amen. To make enjoy the life that you give away. You are a feeling to behold. Guide us straying souls. Who God bless, no man curse. Speak it in the universe. I say, God bless protection around way. So the devil can't touch we. Remove evil mind and jealousy. Keep we away from that jumpy. Oh Lord, Lord, I feel a joy in my soul. Cause you always in control. The only way that I know. Make a joyful noise and sing with me. Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Jamaica need a blessing. Amen. Trinidad need a blessing. Tobago need a blessing. Jamaica need a blessing. Amen. Tobago need a blessing. Amen. We're gonna need a blessing. Amen. Amen.
The information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
Yak and Friends proudly presents Uhuru 8. Join us on Saturday, July 25th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the City Hall Auditorium, Harris Promenade in San Fernando. This year's celebration is held in honor of Mr. Anthony Kamiziong as we continue strengthening our African ties through culture, unity, and heritage. Experience an unforgettable evening of African dance, powerful drumming, cultural expression, and great food. Early bird tickets are $350 at MITS 2 and $200 at MITS 1. Come dressed in your finest African attire for a chance to win Best Dressed Male and Female. Celebrate African culture. Celebrate freedom. Celebrate Uhuru 8. For tickets, contact 684-1792 or ticket outlet at Something Special with Finishing Touch at Ritz Plaza, number 25, St. James Street in San Fernando.
The Constructive Talk team with Pastor Google are asking for your support in their back-to-school drive. Let's help the less fortunate children get ready for the new school term. Donations of notebooks, copybooks, stationeries, and book bags would be greatly appreciated. Show your love, show your generosity by contacting 464-703 and we will organize collection of your donations. Thank you from the Constructive Talk team. And remember to be kind, be generous, and be loved.
All right, Trinidad and Tobago. So I have my guest with me. You understand? What do you think I should do with him? He late, Olia. He late. But it's my African brother. What I gonna do? It's my African brother. He is my African brother. He could deny it now if he wish. You might all you don't have to laugh and think and pretend as though, I roughing you up. Tell the people, am I your African brother or not?
Of course, yeah. You are my African brother, and good evening to Trinidad and Tobago and the world. And apologies for being here, but
apologies for your tardiness.
But we are here.
Yeah, what hear that today? Talk to me here, no hearing you know. Go ahead.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
You talking soft like if.
Well, the mic right here and it's looking very sophisticated. So I want to make sure my voice matches the quality of the equipment. You know.
This kind of smart man thing only he trying here. Let me see how much people on the live. People on the live, man. This platform does have people, you know.
Yeah, it popping.
Okay, let's let you know. This platform have people, you know.
It moving.
Right. Anyway,
social media is the media. You know, that is the important thing for persons to recognize. Whilst we may have grown up in an age where there was 2 channels.
Was it 2 channels?
TTT and TV6.
How old are you?
43.
Yeah, little boy.
TTT and TV6, and you had AVM, Channel 4, and that's it. You know, if it didn't come on there, it was news. But the reality is, anybody who has access to a platform can give information. But then, of course, we have to ensure that the platforms that are out there are given the right information.
Not because you're hearing yourself, now you start to talk soft, Continue to talk the same way. You see how I want to watch the levels, how it bouncing there. See how my levels bouncing in the orange? Mm-hmm. I want your levels to bounce the same way.
Definitely. I guess in a crash course in vocal control here. Let me see.
Because you see you're bouncing in the green. Anytime you start to bounce in the green, we're in problems.
Yeah, well, I know
anytime you start to bounce in the green, you see you have to load on me because I want to make sure you bouncing in the orange. In the yellow, sorry. So talk, let me see if you're bouncing in the yellow.
Right. So I'm seeing it here now. Once it hitting red.
Yeah, go ahead.
So definitely, well, I believe I can do that. Definitely, it's almost at the yellow, very close to it.
Just want to make sure. You can show now because I don't want you to say you come here, and I treat you good now. Mm-hmm. I want to treat you good.
Well, this is good coaching.
This is my brethren.
This is good vocal coaching.
This is my brethren.
I hope you don't send a separate invoice after that.
You have to. Must. It's a must. So, Trinidad and Tobago by extension, the world this evening, I have with me the Honorable Mr. Tahaka Obika. Did I say your name right?
Definitely. Pitch marbles. Sound like you pitch marbles together.
Let's see where you call it that. Off mic, I just letting you know. We talking here. We being thing. Off mic, I was talking to Tahaka about an incident that took place today with Senator Philip Alexander going again into African communities to try to give people the impression as to this government is a savior for African people. I'm not putting water in my mouth to say what I have to say. Mm-hmm. He goes into these communities. He went into Lavantil, right? He went into Maloney. Now today he went into Sharford Court. Right? Mm-hmm. A young man would have confronted him and said to him, hey, the condition of these buildings or the condition of this yard is because of a neglect of your government when you came into office. You stopped CPEP. You stopped URP.
You cut funding for the city corporation.
You cut
significantly.
Significantly.
Which normally feeds into these programs that beautify the city of Port of Spain.
Right. You stop those things. Right? The East Dry River. The Ministry of Works and Transport normally cleans the East Dry River. The city corporation, because of the demands of the people, send their workers to do the job. You listening to me? And now you want to come now to tell people that the reason why the way the place is because the way the place is because of P&M neglect. A young man stood up to him and told him, you are lying to us. A young African man said to him, you came here and made me walk with you, take you to all the elders, take you around the community
to muster support. We voted for you. And now you want to come now and blame PNM?
Well, you create the problem so that you can sell the solution. Creating the problem is neglect the community by cutting off these programs that beautify your environment. And for persons who say, well, just the environment, go and see how persons who have wealth live. What the government has been doing by these programs is ensuring that you have a beautiful environment across the country. So you don't have to be in a rich area to look outside and see, okay, the place is nice, the place is well kept, you know, and that feeds into productivity. It feeds into a sense of community, because if the place is clean, nobody can throw no rubbish outside the car window. Nobody can't neglect the environment, because the citizens in the community, the neighbors, will hold them accountable for it. It's simple stuff, but I mean, what you find happening is simply an extension of what he was doing before he got into office. And as far as he's concerned, it doesn't matter if he makes egregious statements. He can always come back and say he was hot and sweaty, he wasn't alive. You know, just as he wasn't alive when he said that Modi will nuke Venezuela. You know, and this is someone who is a recipient of taxpayers' dollars, $1 million a year, no less. In 5 years, should he last that long? Should they last that long in office? Because you know an election can always be called at any point in time. He would have earned $5 million officially from the tax coffers of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, but he is basically a glorified blogger for the whims and fancies of the UNC. So I mean, I think that is all I can afford to spend on that individual, because he's not worth my time.
Okay. And this evening, Trinidad and Tobago, and those of you who are listening outside of Trinidad and Tobago, I know that Tahaka has a little issues that he wants to raise, but I want you to deal with something that I saw in the news this evening as an economist. As an economist,
Mm-hmm.
I want you to deal with. Were you invited to be on I-95.5 on Friday?
On Friday, I will actually be in the Emancipation Village setting up my booth. So,
okay. So you would not be.
I may listen to the program.
Okay, because you know that they have been doing a series. It started last week on the economy.
With Mariano Brown, I believe.
Yeah, with Mariano Brown. He had Mr. Vasant Barrett and another person who into the energy sector and the gas sector, and the only person who was really talking to the small man and relating to the small man was Mr. Barrett, to be quite honest. And the reason why I think Mr. Barrett would have been able to do that is because Mr. Barrett was a member of parliament. So while they're talking and they're trying to bring across the point that all these subsidies need to be removed, Mr. Barrett is saying, while Mr. Barrett may be a wealthy man, may be a well-to-do man, Mr. Barrett is saying, based on my experience of serving the people, removing subsidies is going to create much more poverty. And he was very forceful in it because he drawed from experiences of interacting with people and hearing from people and having people come to him. So he's give them stories of persons who would have come to him in adverse poverty. You understand? And imagine you remove the subsidy from water. You remove the subsidy from tea and tech. You remove the subsidy from transport. You remove the subsidies from all these different things that they are pushing in order to balance the books. Mr. Barrett is saying that is not going to augur well for poor people.
it may not even be in an attempt to balance the books. Remember, the World Bank would have announced that they're establishing an office in Trinidad and Tobago. On the invitation of this government, we recognize that they're moving closer to those Bretton Woods institutions. The IMF and the World Bank are twin sisters. One is headquartered in Europe, one in the US. And they function as both sides of the same coin, ensuring that the world order that existed post-World War II, with the North Atlantic countries in charge and the rest following as developing countries, they have come to enforce that. And part and parcel of that is a weak government and significant control of the commanding heights of the economy by these global forces. What it demonstrates is that the UNC is not the party that they claim to be. You know, they claim to talk about emerging from labor with Basil Pandey as a former labor leader and those types of things. But all of their actions today it's the MAGA version, TNT style, you know. The internal Tea Party within the Republican Party being replicated. So it's the far right policies that they are endorsing heavily. And that also comes with it some cultural problems. For example, they seem to also be adopting the rhetoric as when it relates to treating with persons of African descent in the same way that party, that element of the MAGA movement treats with persons of African descent. So it's more a case of painting a single story that, okay, y'all are bad behaved, y'all are not doing well because of this one reason. And if you're not succeeding, it has nothing to do with the system. It has everything to do with you and your choices in this country. Which means you're not deserving of any assistance, because even if we give it to you, you go waste it.
Okay. Well, listen to this now. What you just said there just falls right in line with what the clip I'm going to play now. Which shows a bigger picture. And as an economist, I want you to hear what people are going through. That's all right?
Yeah.
Sure. Take a listen to this.
Small businesses are often the first to feel the pulse of the economy, and in Chaguanas, many say that pulse is weakening.
Andrea Perez-Sobers and cameraman Gary Vincent spoke to several business owners across the borough. And while some are holding their own, many say higher costs and cautious spending are making survival an everyday battle.
The signs are open, the customers are still coming through the doors, but many small business owners in Chaguanas say they are selling less, paying more, and wondering when things will improve. From food vendors and clothing stores to salons and optical services, one message came through repeatedly: people are spending more carefully as the cost of living continues to climb. Annie Estrada says sales at her Donut Boys franchise has fallen by more than half over the past year.
Everything went up. About $1 is a lot. And we feeling it, and plus the people that purchase and feeling it. Much as you carry up $1 by an item of 50 cents, they will be balling. It is very difficult.
She stresses that customers are choosing necessities over treats. Rising prices are squeezing the business, and hiring has been put on hold. Another food vendor, Jessica Francis LaRouque, is seeing a similar trend.
It dropped drastically. It no longer like before. Sales dropped.
Not every business owner, however, is seeing a major downturn. At Crown by Meeks, hairdresser Malika Elias says business has remained fairly steady despite slower periods.
Right now we don't have much challenges because I say it's been good, so it's not much to say. It's just sometimes the prices of the braids fluctuate, it go up, so that's the only challenge thus far, but nothing much.
She believes grants for entrepreneurs could help more small businesses get off the ground. Nearby, Faith McKenzie of Nails by Wonica highlights the cost of products has increased sharply.
Products expensive to buy, so when you see people charging based on the work, just know that the price is really high to purchase the product, so that's how we hear.
So when the prices are high, it is passed on to the customer?
Yeah, there's been, because some people will be complaining based on the prices that they will have to pay, but they don't know how much money we have to spend to buy products.
At Seaview Optical, optometrist Aliyah Khan spoke about the foreign exchange challenges situation.
The foreign exchange is a big issue in terms of suppliers bringing in frames and all of that. Fortunately, our company specifically has been able to work around that, so we still have quite a good variety of frames, especially at our head office. So I would say that those are the two major issues. Specifically for this branch, again, we are very fortunate. We have a lot of foot traffic here, but as you realize, it's very difficult to come in here, in terms of no parking.
For clothing retail, SAS exclusive brands, the concern is keeping the business going.
Hope for betterment, but when betterment would come happen, so we just have to hope and pray. When we're hoping things get better, we don't know when it will get better again though. But things are bad. At the moment, things is bad. But we have to hold on because we have people to feed, we have a family, understand?
He says shoppers are now prioritizing groceries over clothing and believes support must reach ordinary people if businesses are to recover. Food vendor Johnny Fernando points to higher food costs and concerns over crime continue to affect operators across central Trinidad.
Central on a whole has been seriously affected for a while now, probably especially within the last 5 years. A lot of break-ins, extortion, robberies, it has been definitely affected. Thankfully, by the grace of God, no, but I know a lot of people who have.
Still, not every entrepreneur is discouraged. Shivani Ramuta of Shelley's Goodies says business has begun picking up after the Christmas slowdown. CNC3 News also visited several malls and new plazas across Chaguanas, but many store owners and workers declined to speak on camera about business conditions. Andrea Perez Sobers, CNC3 News.
Well, it's clear the economy is affecting persons on the high streets in the country. The shopping is a function of income. If 50,000 persons have lost their jobs, you can't reasonably expect them to have money to spend. And no amount of burying their heads in the sand by the government can change that fact. You heard it from the owners of the businesses. The lady selling donuts said $1 increase is too much. And that is for something that is not a significant expense. So far, that's when you're considering things like shoes, which is a significant expense in comparison to things like donuts and coffee. You will see the fallout. Persons are prioritizing food, and while they prioritize food, within that category, fast food that is not necessarily lunch or breakfast food will be sacrificed. So people who are selling things like donuts will also suffer. Now, as we have seen in Chaguanas, and if you're suffering in Chaguanas, which is the busiest consumer location in terms of high streets in the country, what we can expect it to be worse in places that are further afield, whether it's the high street in Princestown, Sangre Grande, Point Fortin, and what have you. So this is what we have always been saying, but the government, instead of acknowledging and accepting that they've lost 50,000 plus jobs, they are pointing to the few persons that they would have hired after they've cleaned house. I mean, if you bust 50,000 people throat and you find 5,000 people to give them work, that doesn't that doesn't solve any problem, So this is not news really to the country. The media is just highlighting what we already know.
No, but yeah, while I agree with you that it's not news per se, but they're just highlighting what people already know. I think for the delusional people, there are some delusional people.
It's true.
There will always be. But while I agree with you that there will always be, sometimes, just like today, I listened to the radio, and a gentleman called in. This just by the way. And the gentleman said that it was a court order that went to Bally's House or to the PNM for them to show how they would have acquired the rebuilding of Bally's House. Right? He said this has nothing to do with the government. This is the man saying this on the radio. This has nothing to do with the government. This has to do with a court order that was handed down by the commissioner. Right? Now, if you don't know, or you didn't listen to MP Marvin Gonzalez, when MP Marvin Gonzalez said clearly that the Attorney General is the one who would have put in, you understand, the court order. The Attorney General didn't even send the document to the DPP. Normally, what has happened? So let's say the Attorney General sent it to the police then send it to the DPP and say, here, Chiana, check this out and see if this is worthy of us investigating.
I think you might have to call seniors on this call, because as an economist, I'm not too familiar with the legal processes. But
right.
I believe that it has to do with. I will reserve my opinion after I hear what an attorney who's following so for example, like Marvin and Gonzalez.
Yeah, he was on last night.
I was doing some research yesterday into this morning, so I didn't catch.
Yeah, but he was on last night, so he would have shared his legal views on it. All right. But putting that aside, at this particular time in Trinidad and Tobago, people need to know. They need to know what's going on. Let me tell you something. What I have recognized in this Trinidad and Tobago, we asking, why is these people so silent?
Because they're afraid to go Tetran. Remember, the thing is, the government has many weapons at their disposal. They have the sedition laws, which could be used at any point in time for any reason, even on just suspicion. They only have to suspect that you are about to do something, and that could be sufficient, right? Then you have before you even reach the preventative detention orders, you also have the interception of communications, right? And therefore, Trinidadian like the grand charge. So a man gonna be calling you and talking to you on the phone and saying, boy, better we do so and so, better we take to the streets, better we burn down the so and so. You understand? I even have to use so and so, because next thing they clip just that part and say this is what Obika is saying. You understand? So now people are even careful. A man even might be by a rum shop, in a bus, in a taxi, by the water cooler in the ministry. And a man may try to make a joke about saying, boy, they should do X, Y, and Z. Say, not me and you and that. No? You understand? Because it is mere hearsay, or simple, you have a phone call with somebody and your communications have been intercepted because one word that was used triggered the interception, and they say, you know what, you looking like you're a terrorist, 90 days in Tetran for you. And if the state of emergency roll over till 2030, whenever the election is called, You could be inside Tetra until then. So you know what Trini's doing? Saying, boy, but I ain't drinking bushy for nobody fever. I shutting my mouth. However, the government needs to be very, how to put it? They need to be students of history. All right? And in this country, you cannot suppress the expression of the people indefinitely. All right? So, a word to the wise is sufficient. I shall not go further than that. What I would say is this, however. It is clear and it is apparent that the economy is going through dire straits. The one trump card that they were focusing on was getting U.S. aid, although that organization has been scuttled to some extent, but this is actually a pun. So U.S. aid with respect to gas in Venezuela. That has not been forthcoming. And given that the regime in Venezuela has remained intact, just with the exception of the removal of the president alone, one cannot expect the current regime in Venezuela to look favorably on an administration led by someone who they have branded persona non grata. Have they changed that branding?
No, they haven't. They haven't changed that branding.
They haven't softened their position and say that she's now welcome to Caracas.
They just thank her for the donations that she would have made due to the demise with the earthquake.
Well, that is different. That is like a call a truce in the middle of war. That doesn't mean the war wouldn't continue. So, because even in war, you would call a truce to allow opposing sides to bury the dead and pay respects and to heal, to treat the wounded. But the regime in Venezuela has made what we can say has not been done in recent memory or in living memory, where they've made a head of government persona non grata. You understand? So that is unprecedented as far as I see it, you know. And as a result of that, at least in terms of Venezuela, Trinidad and Tobago relations, and as a result, the people, the government of Venezuela does not have to wait on Trinidad and Tobago to get their petroleum machine going. The Orinoco Basin has enough. And then they also have cross-border fields with the Dutch islands, Aruba, Bonaire, Curacao, with Colombia, with Grenada, with Guyana as well. They do not need the gas with Trinidad and Tobago, so they can wait. And therefore, the government's trump card, which was okay, they're gonna get the dragon dancing, has faltered, you know. And as a result of that, what is left? We've seen an exodus continuing from Point Lisas. Methanex, I believe, was the latest to leave or to shuttle to mothball or whatever they did. I mean, the news is so bad that I try to stop watching it because it just keeps getting worse, you know. And as a economist, we follow trends, and the trend is bad. It is no longer concerning. It has reached a point where it is bad. And what you expect at a time like this is the government to come forward with game changers, projects that can move the needle in terms of investment, in terms of job creation, in terms of export access, and so on. But what do you get instead? Our manufacturing sector, when you look aside from the energy sector, you look to the manufacturing sector. While the manufacturing sector may only contribute a percentage of GDP, it spurs on other aspects of the economy. It contributes to tourism. Because you manufacture locally, you retain more of the revenue internally in the tourism sector. It contributes to entertainment. Because again, manufacturing sector, alcohol, beverages, food, and what have you, it supports. So the manufacturing sector, whilst it may not be seen as this large domineering sector, it contributes to the sustaining of several sectors in the economy. And what we see is, if you are a business owner today, you would be concerned because you don't know if, by virtue of you having a casual conversation, you might have taken a few, and when you take a few, you just give your mouth liberty on the phone, you're talking with your partner, you think it's a private conversation.
Yeah.
And we Trinidadians, we give him more liberty because we know nobody and expect we to follow up with what we're saying. We're just talking, And as a result of that, and we're talking privately, and as a result of that, you can find yourself on the wrong side of Tetron. So business owners now will look at that and ask themselves, is this also a trend? Just as you have a negative trend with an exodus from Point Lisas, just as you have a negative trend with the failure to move forward with respect to the Venezuela situation and the petroleum access to gas there. As a business person in a declining economy, in terms of a stagnant economy, all right, where key sectors are declining, you would be concerned when you see businesses being targeted in a particular way for things that have nothing to do with the operation, especially where you see the decision that was handed down from the Privy Council. All right? I understand the government is also appealing that.
Yes.
So if you are a business person and and this is something that we did at the Ministry of Trade, we would talk to business interests, wherever they are, whether they're in Ghana or they're in Scandinavia. It doesn't matter. We talk to business interests and we will sell Trinidad and Tobago as if it's the best thing since Cricks. You understand? And as soon as we finish our elevator pitch, they would say, okay, so what about the rule of law? Will my investment be protected? What role will the government play in ensuring I am protected? And then they open the internet and look for news on Trinidad and Tobago and business. What's the first thing they're seeing? A business in the middle of something that they can't understand. You cannot explain that action to an investor. What it looks like to an investor is what happens in other countries where once the government changes, persons become politically targeted, their businesses collapse, and you as a foreigner don't really want to be operating in an environment of such uncertainty because you don't have much levers to protect you from malicious intent. You would not know if it's malicious or not because as far as you're concerned, you have to trust what you read. So even in the sector where we had some promise, which is the manufacturing sector, you're seeing what is happening. So there is no good news really on the broad context of the economy. And the government is silent. And the population is concerned. I was talking to a Calypso writer recently, and I asked them, I say, anybody take the bait with Tetron away? So I said, that song like a Kaiso. You say, no, boy, people afraid to sing, no, boy. They're afraid to sing. They say, Tuku, and want nobody bad talking in the government, no political Kaiso. They're not on that. And they're afraid to be people who are targeted because they've seen people going to jail for less. You understand?
I don't believe that next year Calypso will have any political commentaries. I believe it will have political commentaries. I think my boy will do his thing as normal. Karine will drop she little thing as normal. I don't think Calypso is taking that chain up of not I can't see it happening because normally during the carnival time they don't have no SOE, so they don't have to worry about Tetran. You understand? Because let me tell you something. The other thing that people that has gone over people and people not talking about, and I heard the people in Tobago, the hotelers and the Tobago talking about it, and people are not seeing it for what it is as yet. The reality of, if I am living Germany, winter coming in, I want to come to Tobago, but it have a SOE. I have no insurance, you know. There's no insurance. Your insurance claim, your life insurance stops because you are traveling in a country that has a risk.
Especially, and it's not just a regular state of emergency. It is a state of emergency where officially, on record, persons are threatening the life of senior members of the government. So if you travel into a country and they say, but you know, I'm going on vacation, you're going to the US and they lock down America, SOE, because people trying to kill Trump. You know, that would be a concern. But you know, America has enough systems, you know, it might get through. But when they go into a smaller country, let's say traveling to Malta, you know, and you hear they want to kill the prime minister, so they lock down the country in SOE. That will make you concerned significantly as to whether or not you should even go there in the first place. So those are things that are also affecting her. Remember the Tobago hoteliers have complained.
Well, that's what I was talking about.
About that, you know.
That's what I was talking about. The hoteliers in Tobago said that. They said that the people are not coming to Tobago. People are not coming to Tobago because their insurance policy stops. It will stop. And that's a problem. You made a statement earlier on about they stopping CPEP. They stopped CPEP. Right? They stopped URP. Those are the persons who would buy things, would going to and buy, you know, would buy from the small man. Those people are no longer employed. How are they going to go and buy what? People are bad. Let me tell you something. We were talking a day, some friends and I were talking. People don't want to make groceries like long time, you know, your mother and father used to go in the grocery and make a monthly grocery. People don't do that again. People go into the groceries and buy what the essential that they would need, the bare minimum that they need for the month. And that is because people are not spending.
But if you don't have money, you can only buy what you need. And even if you have a job, if you're seeing things coming down the line, you wouldn't want to squander your little kakada.
When you watch what's going on in Trinidad and Tobago, obviously not. Obviously not. And I want to play something for you. The people who replaced CPEP. You know, there are some people who replaced CPEP. Those people haven't gotten their money. They're not getting their money, my brother. So those persons are now calling upon the government. Oh God, give me money now.
Remember, they wouldn't get the money because they don't want a nation of grass cutters. That was the
listen.
The rationale for
listen to this.
Okay, let me see. More grass cutters again?
Could you listen?
Okay, I will listen.
Minister of Rural Development and Local Government Khadija Amin is tonight assuring workers of the National Programme for the Upkeep of Public Spaces that they will be paid soon.
Now, the minister has not answered our questions on when exactly these payments will be made, but has only said that the delay is due to an administrative error. Some workers complained to CNC3 News today, saying they have not been paid since May.
All we need to do is get paid. That's all we want. We pay. That's all. On behalf of the workers, these are big disrespect to all the workers around me here. We as a team, and we work together, right? And this looking very bad on behalf of all the workers. But big disrespect.
This program was launched in April following the closure of CPEP.
So that was yesterday news.
I remember seeing that come across my timeline.
Right. So that was yesterday news. Do you want to know what is today news?
What development? Okay.
Okay.
They got paid.
He's a bacchanalist.
Employees of the National Program for the Upkeep of Public Spaces are being told that the administrative problem responsible for delayed payments could be resolved by the end of the week. The assurance came from Rural Development and Local Government Minister Khadija Amin during a donation of disaster relief supplies from the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Amin said an administrative error, mainly affecting replacement workers, led to the payment delays. She said she was disappointed that the affected employees had not been paid on time and that officials are working to resolve the issue.
These workers, their productivity is exceptional. They are working really well. And I am very upset of the situation where they are being paid late. So we are working to ensure that this situation is sorted out. I hope by the end of the week that administrative snag will be dealt with.
The minister praised the productivity of NPOP's workers, saying they have cleaned streets, drains, preschools, community centers, panyards, and other public spaces. She also said the program has highlighted the need for greater productivity among some employees at regional corporations. But for NPOP's employee, Mary Ramutal, who has not been paid since May 11th, talk is cheap. She also dismissed claims that replacement workers are the main group affected by the payment delays and demanded that all employees be paid.
We were fed up of this being processed and they proceed. You understand? No, we fed up. And those who get paid, they're not seeing a pay slip. Where's the pay slip to show what area, what you get paid for? When the NIS coming out, where everything, nobody, you're not seeing a pay slip. No, it's not working like that. This is not secret. Secret, you still used to see a little lamb. You used to get your pay slip, you ain't getting nothing, yeah?
Earlier this week, CNC3 News reported that NPOP's employees said they were struggling to meet financial obligations after their pay was delayed, while also complaining about a lack of information from officials. The NPOPs replaced CPEP, which was discontinued amid allegations of corruption. The program employs
We laughing at. Think to cry about you laughing.
No, I'm not laughing. I just doing what we do in Trinidad.
What? What you at?
Because okay, you close down CPEP.
Yes. Talk your mind. Talk.
Because you don't want a nation of grass cutters. That was the rationale.
Yes.
You know, we don't want, the vision is we do not want a nation of people cutting grass. Don't mind, we're not in the desert. In Trinidad and Tobago, grass grows with one drop of rain. The grass is growing. And growing grass presents danger to road users. School children can't access the pavement safely, especially in places where there are no pavement. If they're walking on the main road, like I used to walk some parts of the main road to go down to school in Point Fortin, they had to cut the grass. Cutting the grass is not a luxury in Trinidad and Tobago. It's a tropical rainforest.
If you don't cut grass, you have snake. Yeah, come on.
Well, visibility. People could die. Accidents can happen. It constricts the size of the road. It prevents pedestrians from using the side of the road safely.
You didn't have that experience when you was coming by me here?
Yeah,
coming up the hill?
I see a little bit of grass, yes.
On the bend, on the curve, when you reach to the top of the hill?
A little bit.
But that's a little bit?
Well, in the current environment of the country, there's a little bit. I see in big forests and things all over the place.
Okay.
So, and on top of that, it also presents a risk for safety because people could be hiding in the grass to lock your neck. The reality is visibility and on the road, accessibility of the sidewalk or the side of the road for pedestrians, children, and so on is a necessity, and these are basic things. But you also need it for beautifying spaces where people live because that helps with the quality of life. all of a sudden the language has changed. You see, the minister is saying that the persons are doing excellent work and they're working hard and
cutting grass,
right? But it's the same grass cutters. I'm not sure if this is a different grass they're cutting, but so the reality is who we fooling. You know who we really fooling. You cancel CPEP because you didn't want a nation of grass cutters. But under the CPEP program, you had You had an entrepreneur who would be the contractor. Under this program, what they have, they're working directly for the government, right?
Yeah.
Right. So you have an entrepreneur who is the contractor. What an entrepreneur would do in many cases is they would also try to use the funds that they generate from CPEP to establish a business and get otherwise productive. So what you find happening is the ones that are managed, that can manage to transform their business, even when their contracts have been removed, they wouldn't be able to keep the crew working, but they may be able to provide work for 2 to 4 persons who would have worked under them in the past. And that was the whole vision behind CPEP, because I can clearly remember finishing secondary school after A-levels, and we went down to Moruga. There was a CPEP program there, and we were training CPEP contractors in terms of transitioning from being CPEP contractors, because in those days, you get it for 3 years and that is it, even though the government's still intact, somebody else getting the contract. So you had to be able to transition your business with the little cash you're getting from CPEP as a contractor to establish something else. So we would help them with pepper sauce making, jam and jelly production. And so the skills, the businesses that we encourage them to engage in would have used some of the same skill set that their workers would have been using in terms of agriculture, production, farming, and that kind of thing. So there was some marrying of that. But some, as with everything, some people didn't have the capacity to do that, all right? And some did. So therefore, some persons transitioned into running businesses. They wouldn't be able to keep on a crew of 20 people, but they can take on 4 to 5 persons, as the case may be. So what they've done by reverting it to government only is you take out this opportunity to create entrepreneurs in each village and town. And that's another thing. But that's from a policy making perspective. So this is actually a retrograde step when you compare NPOP, what NPOP stand for, to CPEP, So in the way in which the programs were structured. So that is the first issue. The other thing is it demonstrates that they really don't know what they're doing. Because and they're shameless with it. Because if they knew what they were doing, they would have had by now a program that would have been an enhancement in terms of the lives of the persons who were involved in CPEP. Those how much I think was 11,000 or 12,000 persons. And the persons who would have been involved in URP and reforestation, they would have had an enhancement on it, because you can't tell me it's bad, but you're replacing it for something that is lower in terms of quality. Because none of those workers there are being transitioned to be entrepreneurs, not a single one. They are brought on just as workers alone. And you heard it from the lady, that when she worked at CPEP, she would have seen a pay slip, see where the money is going. So even administratively, this NPOPs thing is weak. As the worker said, it's an insult to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. But then again,
they vote for that.
After 1 is 2.
They voted for that. Didn't they vote for that?
I want to say that because we had to come back to them in 3 years and 10 months.
So don't tell them the truth then. Hide the truth from them. pretend that it doesn't exist.
People know that by now people have buyer's remorse, so they know what happened. So.
But I hear you, and I just wanted to highlight some because as an economist, I really wanted to hear your views on the economy, and before we get into other discussions this evening, so I'm going to play this other clip for you. I'd like to hear your views.
Yeah, let me see. TSTT.
No, it's not TSTT. To just watch the clip and just run to TSTT. Right? So take a listen.
A multi-million-dollar dispute between National Energy, a wholly owned subsidiary of NGC, and Canadian fertilizer giant Nutrien is escalating, even after the company shut down its Point Lisa's nitrogen plant last year.
Meanwhile, an economist says the IMF's latest assessment of TNT's economy supports the view that cuts to programs like CPEP did not weaken the labor market.
Andrea Perez-Sobers tells us more in tonight's Business Watch.
State-owned National Energy, a wholly owned subsidiary of NGC, is continuing to pursue millions of dollars in disputed port fees from Canadian fertilizer producer Nutrien, despite the company shutting down its Point Lisa's nitrogen plant last October. CNC3 understands National Energy recently sent another demand letter to the company seeking payment linked to port charges at the Point Lisa's industrial estate. But while the dispute remains unresolved, the amount being sought has reportedly fallen significantly from roughly $190 million to about $157 million. The reduction could signal a possible softening in National Energy's position, with indications the state company may now be prepared to accept the older port rates instead of the higher charges that were previously applied retroactively. The disagreement over port fees has been a major issue for several energy companies operating in Point Lisa's, with concerns raised in the past over rising operational costs and competitiveness within Trinidad and Tobago's energy sector. Turning to other business news, the latest International Monetary Fund report showing Trinidad and Tobago's economy grew by 0.8% is adding to the debate over government spending and labor market policy. Economist Professor Roger Hussein says the IMF's assessment suggests the economy was able to record growth despite reductions in state-funded employment programs such as CPEP. Speaking on CNC3's The Morning Brew program on Thursday, Professor Hussein said fears that cuts to recurrent expenditure programs would significantly damage the labor market have not yet materialized.
I have no problem with the cutting of CPEP. And when I look at the growth number, when I look at the employment numbers that came out in April 21st, I did not see a collapse of the labor market. In fact, in the same labor force report that came out, you are seeing that the unemployment rate has gone down. And if you look at the overall 2025 labor force data as compared to 2024, you would see that the labor market improves.
And now for a look at today's energy and foreign exchange prices.
Firstly, whenever someone says the unemployment rate has improved, let's look at it from this perspective. Let's say you have 10 people in a household of working age, 18 to 65. 10 people. But 4 of them not offering themselves for employment. One pregnant, she's out of the market, she wants to take time and deliver the baby in peace. And next one is a student at university, they don't have time for that. And 2 of them, they under 65, but they retire early, right? They make a nice money and they're living good. So only 6 of the 10 people have put themselves forward for employment. So that is the labor force participation is only 60%. Unemployment rate doesn't include the 4 people who home. The woman who pregnant and she stayed home by choice, the student and the 2 early retirees. They are not counted as unemployed. You understand? You have out of the 6, you have one fella looking for work and can't find. So they will say 1 out of 6 unemployed. Right? So that is what 16%, right?
Right.
Now, if let me say, so that is unemployment rate, right? So let me say now the unemployment rate goes down.
Right.
It doesn't mean that more people working. You understand? It just means that less people looking for work.
Okay.
So let's say in the country, you have 600,000 people. You understand? Supposed to be working. And 50,000 looking for work. Right? Well, you can say that is unemployment. But if it dropped to, let's say, 40,000 looking for work, it doesn't mean them 10,000 people didn't die. They didn't disappear. They didn't leave the country. They are just counted as disgruntled workers. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That is the fellow who say, boy, it's nothing for me, so I home.
Right.
He unemployed, you know. He wouldn't mind having work. But the statisticians, in their infinite wisdom and training, count that guy as a disgruntled worker. So he's not unemployed. He just disgruntled.
That don't make no sense to me, but I hear you.
So they're not counting him. So they put him in the same category as the student who take themselves off the labor market.
Yeah.
As the pregnant woman who say, you know what? I don't want to get no trouble in work. I want my child to come out nice. I home.
Mm-hmm.
As the early retirees, people who turn 50 and they get a piece of money and the annuity come in from the insurance company, say, by fire, but I ain't working again. They counting that fella who get fed up looking for work, that he ain't looking again, as disgruntled, not unemployed. So you had to ask yourself the question. When they say the unemployment rate decline, does that mean that more people working? It doesn't necessarily mean that.
Let me just say this. When you listen and when you look at what's going on, all right, so the sent home CPAP workers, the sent home ERP workers, the sent home forestry workers, we are seeing where plants in Point Lisas are closing down. Those are people going home too. Nestles is contemplating selling out. 200 and something workers going home there too. How can you justify, how can you tell me that here what's going on? The unemployment rate is down when you're seeing all of this happening around you?
Well, as I said, so in the past, I used to calculate, how you call it, inflation. And then I was
going to check there.
The same, I'm looking for this year, so data. So I used to calculate inflation for Ministry of Finance, right, in Tobago. And I could remember we would say inflation is down. And I would type up the bulletin. Inflation has gone down from, let's say, 10% to 9%. And I'm in the taxi going to work to the Division of Finance, Tam Building in Scarborough. Right? Glen Road, I think. And the people in the taxi complaining. When they ain't doing this costing. You have to be going respectful now. So they say, oh, them people could say unemployment down. I mean, inflation down when prices going up. I keep them all quiet. Me tell them I write it. So inflation is down, but prices going up. Inflation is still happening. 9% is still mean that the price is going up by 9%. So therefore the statistics tell a story, but it may not tell people what they need to know. So whilst they might tell you unemployment, the unemployment rate is consistent, that will tell you how much people lose their job. And next thing it doesn't tell you is underemployment. So let's say the man on the corner who disgruntled, the guy work, but paying him 1 day a week, 2 days a week. He employed now, you know. He getting to clean the gas station once a week.
So he employed.
He employed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Underemployed, you know, but he employed.
Okay, so you know how this thing go.
That's I'm not saying that to discredit the process, but I'm just saying that to tell you that whilst we might take these statistics and you're seeing people home, you're seeing Shogunas, which is our busiest shopping center for retail in this country. People saying, well, boy, people ain't even buying sneakers again. Even donuts they ain't buying. If they ain't buying donuts in Shogunas. That's all these are simple signs that we know that the economy is bad.
But it's
right?
still good.
Right, but you have now an economist who is saying it is okay because of what he's doing. If you notice, he's hiding behind the wording. You understand? So he's not telling you that the government has increased jobs. Because you can't say that. He's saying the unemployment rate is okay. Which means that he's hiding behind the statistics then. You know, they say you could use statistics to tell a lie. Well, he didn't really tell a lie. He tell the truth. It's just that if you put that truth in front of the population, they will see the lie.
Okay.
The lie is that he cannot tell you that the government has increased jobs. He can't tell you that. So therefore, he has to, as an apologist for the government, for the UNC, he has to tell you it in this way. So, I mean, everybody has their role to play. Eh? So, what Chuck does say, life is a stage. No. Valentino, life is a stage. We just the actors, you know. So, I mean, he's an actor. He's fulfilling his role. So, you shouldn't be, as Valentino said, Brother Valentino, we shouldn't be angry with him. He is just playing his role. And that is what it is. So, that is, you take it for what it is.
Well, I know that you still want to talk about what you pull up there. This data,
the website gets so slow to pull up information.
Okay. All right. In the meanwhile, while Obika is pulling up his data, we take some calls on what he has spoken about so far, and then we'll get into another aspect of the interview this evening. So, what are your thoughts about what he has said so far? I am just really taken aback. I'm telling you honestly, Obika. I am taken aback.
And the other thing that you would have mentioned is, I think you mentioned the IMF quite a lot, right? But I don't know, you would have said that some other economists would have preferred removal of subsidies and so on.
We're talking about, but that is not now. Mr. Mariano Brown has been touting that since under the PNM since 2015. Right. Mr. Mariano Brown has been saying remove the subsidies and let people pay the full price. Mr. Mariano Brown has been saying that remove the subsidies, let people pay the full brunt of what, and that will help them balance the books.
Right. So let me see if I could find to explain what he's trying to say, right? If we give a subsidy to every citizen on fuel, right, across the board, how much, if my salary is 4,000 to 10,000 a month, right? How much gas I could spend with that, right, for my car? But if my salary is 50,000, I have a business, I'm making 50, 100,000, then I could use any amount of gas. So chances are I might use my vehicle more. I may use more gas than the person making 4 to 10,000. So therefore the subsidy benefiting me more if I making 50 to 100 grand. than the fellow making $4,000 to $10,000, which is the majority of the population, right? Majority of the population making $4,000 to $10,000 a month. So the best way to administer a subsidy was if, when you reach at the pump, they could look into your bank account and say, well, you making more than 10,000, no subsidy for you. You making less than 10,000, subsidy for you. And because they can't do that, persons who are economists would advocate remove the subsidy, but give people it back on a needs basis. So the money, so for example, if you're using bus, the bus will get a subsidy. So the bus wouldn't pay the full price for gas, for diesel.
Isn't that,
if you're using,
didn't they do that for
taxi should get a reduced price, those kinds of things.
But didn't they do that for what do you call it?
I think
for university, for what is it called? Long term, and everybody could go to get free tertiary education.
Right, but you see, that easy to administer, and that is a needs with gate with needs assessment and so on. But with fuel, it is harder. So what the government chose to do was say, okay, we would offer you CNG. And therefore, if you don't have money to pay gas, you understand? You come and take a CNG kit. If you do have the money for the CNG kit, but you have a job, you could take a loan with these participating organizations. So Netco could have given you a loan for the CNG kit conversion, or you go to your credit union and you get the conversion, right? But you have to have a job to be able to support the loan payment. And the CNG was the government's response to saying, okay, we're taking away the subsidy, you go and get CNG if you can't afford it. So they got to cop out with the gas, but it's harder to do for things like water, you understand, and electricity. So the electricity, what the government did was, if you use less than $100 in electricity under the PNM, you got a rebate.
Right.
I think they moved that in this budget, right?
But just now, but
that was to help the poor as well.
Right.
But yeah.
But
so they removed the subsidy with electricity, but they gave the poor people who will use less than $100 electricity a rebate. So that is how the government found a workaround in the last administration to help poor people in cases where they removed the subsidy.
Yeah, but people are still saying that you can't you want to remove subsidy from water when I don't get water regular?
No, I'm not saying that there's a solution for removing the subsidy on water. But I'm saying that the government found two solutions for gas.
Yeah, I understand.
And for electricity.
Yeah, I understand that. But
it's harder for things like water.
Because
so you have a choice.
Because at the end of the day, people are not getting the commodity in like if you're living in the UK, I can understand the UK doing that. You understand? Because you just get water all the time. In the UK,
there are communities in Trinidad and Tobago that don't get fair access to water. That is a different thing, because there are communities in Trinidad and Tobago that get access to water. So the problem in Trinidad and Tobago may not necessarily be that water isn't shared. It is not shared to which communities. So there seems to be some issue where that is concerned. And that could be a question of fairness and equality, which no matter what they do, they have to address that. Because there are people who get water regularly, but there are people who do get water 2-3 weeks passing and they're not seeing anything. So I think that is the greater problem. So I agree with you on that one. But in terms of a subsidy on water, it's harder to remove the subsidy on water. But it is easier to manage electricity. That's why the government came with all these things. Use the LED bulbs. You could put a solar panel and so on, but it doesn't help people who are renting. You know. So but they try to find some fixes in terms of that. But
all right. So the other thing that we wanted to talk about was, well, we're talking about the economy, and there are some people who are still kind of confused, and you may be able to clear it up with the economy about the HSF fund, the government dipping into it. Right? Why is the government dipping into it? If the oil prices and the gas prices is so high, why is the government still dipping into the HSF fund?
Well, that one is obvious. The government clearly in the last budget they did two things. They understated the amount of money that they're going to spend. So they say, well, I'm going to spend 10, but they're really going to spend 15. All right? And at the same time, they were not clear as to how they're going to find the revenue. It was 18 billion, I think, was the shortfall. It's a significant shortfall, you know? And they weren't clear as to what they're going to do to make up for that, you know. So the issue is clear. The government as we know it have failed to account as to how they're going to cover the expenses, and they've also underreported the expenses. And so looking at the statistics here, right, we have total employment. All right, so total employment for the quarter ended when this government came into office 574,000, right? At the end of June last year. And it is reported only down to 569, which is what, 5,000 less at the end of December. Total employment. There's something that you have to recognize with these statistics. So even though it shows a decline of only 5,000, you have to recognize that these things doesn't show the informal sector properly. All right? And whilst we might, and calculating data is also an exercise in estimation. It's not a census. It's not counting everybody who work in, you know. So it's an exercise in estimation and probability, and so it's educated calculation. Somebody might call it educated guesses, right?
Right.
But there's so therefore, unless you conduct a census where you check everybody, you know, an election, everybody vote, and this X amount of people vote, you could actually calculate that. Unless you could see that was done, you would always have a difficulty in accepting how comprehensive the labor force statistics is. But it still shows a decline, not a significant one, but a decline nevertheless. And the Goodley professor will be very clear that the informal sector is not properly captured, you know. And he's also clear that the government has not put on the jobs that they've taken off, because all those 20,000 people would not have been absorbed by the private sector, you know. So it's just a case of hiding behind the statistics. The statistics doesn't help. It shows a minor decline, 5,000 jobs lost, but we know it's much more than that.
We are at a point where, as a nation, people are worried.
Mm-hmm.
People are worried about their finances. People are worried about their way of living. People are looking for other way out.
Mm-hmm.
People are looking for another way out. They're looking for other avenues of income, other streams of income. All right? There are some people who they're looking to invest.
Mm.
Right? Some people looking to invest. As an economist, in this climate that we are in, I'm going to give you the mic. I will step away. I'm going to do something. I want you to advise the viewers in this climate of, when I have Brian Manning on, his advice does be save. Don't spend wildly. Keep your money on and save it and get interest and stuff like that. But a man who working for $5,000 a month, he have a car note to pay. He may have rent or a mortgage to pay. He have food to buy. Right? And you know how it does go. All right, we have a caller. Let me give this caller opportunity. But I want you to share with Trinidad and Tobago after this caller. How can we address? How can we position ourselves in this climate of uncertainty? Let's take this caller. Hello, good evening, caller.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
Mr. Obika, request made. I see request complied with. Thank you, Pastor Google. Listen, I want to ask you pointedly, sir. So you were one of the, I think you were the chief economist to the opposition leader for a number of years, the now Prime Minister. And I want to ask you, if the policies that you see now were policies that you would have devised or put forward to the opposition leader, and also what was Mr. Tanku role in that environment? That is one part. I don't know if you gentlemen following developments in the Middle East now that the thing has intensified. I think yesterday Iran is doing a scorched earth policy now because they have nothing to lose. And while the US is conducting war crimes against them, they are turning attention to their neighbors. Yesterday, they would have destroyed one of the biggest data centers, I believe, in either Kuwait or Bahrain. And the IRGC has said that they will target all such infrastructure. They will target all the infrastructure of the West that is in those Middle Eastern countries. In addition to that, you have the Houthis saying, listen, we're going to block off the other side that coming from the Suez Canal, you know. So I think once that, because they know that Saudi Arabia has been bypassing the Strait of Hormuz and using mostly the side from the Suez Canal to export their crude to the market. I just want you to give us an idea of how much more devastating that will be for the world economy, in addition to what currently obtains in the Straits of Hormuz. Not to give people no doom and gloom, but to be pragmatic and factual about what that means for small microeconomies like us when the administration is talking about diversification and $5 billion US in exports. Could you give us that information if you have it, sir? Thanks a lot for the opportunity.
All right, so I think he can, and I think he will.
That's what. So you give two questions. I'll deal with the global one first, and the
Tanku and
policy
after.
The policy
the Tanku and you after. We being as dung as grassroots for people who listening, as you don't try to polish it.
So let me
before you deal with it, I'm going to deal with something, right?
And then I'll after answer that.
I'm just showing you how to answer the call. See, that's when the phone ring, it just answer the call, the line done up already.
Okay.
So keep an eye on the line.
I want to answer the question regarding your.
I do. Well, answer that question after I deal with the caller's question.
I know, but I'm gonna tell you what I'll be talking about. So I will to be able to explain how to treat with the economy in terms of entrepreneurship and so on. I will give an indication as to what I did personally. You know?
All right.
When I.
All right, so to give that after you deal with the caller. Right, we got the caller, he requested your presence so that you can answer those questions for him. Right. And I believe that there are other callers who are going to call in.
Definitely.
And may not have the same question, but they have requested your presence. And now that your presence is here, I would like for you to, address their concerns.
The crux of the global question that he was asking.
I'm going to step aside.
All right, but just remember the crux of the global question he was asking regarding the impact of the Strait in Hormuz. Well, come on a little bit. Okay, because it's only me on the arm, but they can't see the.
Don't worry yourself. You will see it.
Let me see. All right, so the. Right. So the global the effect on the Middle East is going to do one thing initially, which is keep speculation high in terms of prices for oil and gas. So the government would have spoken about getting significant returns to oil and gas, but you still saw that they withdrew from the HSF, which is something that we'll have to deal with after we have all the information, because the HSF could only be dipped into if there's a revenue fall. And so they could make the claim that even though the prices were high, the volumes were low. All right. So they make less money. So the impact is, to us, may not be direct in terms of the price of gas and petroleum will rise, and therefore we should expect an increase in the short term. But in terms of the prospect of having a data center here, it would make persons ask the question, would that make us a military target? In terms of national security concerns, if we decide to have a data center here that is significant, given the fact that it seems to be a target in the Middle East. Now, in terms of the policies that the government is pursuing, the role I would have played, the role of chief economist is one where you would advise on policy, because the main role of the opposition at the time of a budget or a media review is to decode what the government is saying. So the government will give you their angle, their spin on what they are about to do, and the main role of the chief economist is to decode that and say, okay, this is something that can happen because of the way they're spending money here. And this is what they should do as well. This is what we support, and this is what we feel should be improved on. So, for example, the government would have had 6 game changers in the PNM in the first term in office. In the second term in office, would have had 6 game changers. In the first term, under Dr. Rowley, would have had 6 game changers. So, therefore, you had Sandals was one. It was a major hotel in Tobago was one. You had the Sea Bridge. You had several things that were in focus. All right. And therefore, as chief economist, what you had to do, even if you agreed with the policy to invest in a hotel or to fix the Sea Bridge, where you had to come in was to see, okay, what was the amount being spent and what is the impact that they're going to have. So you give more technical criticisms. All right. So it's not necessarily just right and wrong. In terms of the policy forming, the policy that the UNC followed in 2020 was developed by one of the other advisors to the then opposition leader, and that would have formed part of the UNC Plan 2020. Where the chief economist would have come in was to help persons articulate the plan. And that plan would have had things like a southern belt. It would have built on the same infrastructure that the government would have already had in place. A southern corridor for development. You would have had some projects, the east-west corridor, manufacturing space, and that kind of thing. But what you found in 2025 was that the UNC adopted a position of less is more. So instead of giving you a full, manifesto, they gave you elements of it, highlights of it. So they give you the headlines. And one of the reasons one can only suspect, because I would have left the UNC 2 years before then. I left since 2023. We are now in 2026. So what we could suspect, for example, in 2020 when the plan came out and there was a point regarding, let's say, unit trust, using the excess funds in unit trust to invest in certain activities, you saw that became, that was one of the points that was hit for 6, you know. And there were some other areas in the plan that was given that the UNC would have advanced that weren't strong plans. And then also, if you look at it, there was nothing on local government at all. I think the words local government as a phrase was not mentioned at all in the 2020 manifesto of the UNC. And that is because the person who would have done their plan had no local government experience, most likely, and therefore he did not speak to that, you know. So it was not a plan that was developed from a broad base. It was one person who brought this plan, and then the plan was trusted on persons, and then you had to pick which parts you felt would be workable, and you push that, or you expand on that, you know. So in 2025, what they did was they didn't bring you plans. They got you manifestos. So, for example, you'd have on entrepreneurship, there'll be one line. So there's no policy. There's no body of it that you could critique and build on and develop. So you had a challenge now as someone, let's say, critiquing the government, the now government's plan on the other side of the fence. You had nothing to critique because there was no plan in a sense. So they basically give them less. If you don't give people anything, they have nothing to criticize. And as a result of that, this is what you're seeing now, in that they would have abandoned most of the things that were criticized in their 2020 plan. Because again, it was rushed, it was half-baked. One person did it and then it was just adopted. And then now you had this manifesto, which is really just headlines to please persons who win an election. But when you go beyond that, you don't have anything to take. So if you are in a ministry, I could remember being in a state enterprise, and we were told to craft a position, and we sent back requesting them to give us what the policy document was. So there is no policy document guiding the headlines. It come like they say, we will create 50,000 jobs, and if you look below that line, you don't see anything. So you know, because you don't see anything, it isn't to criticize. But when you have to govern, how your campaign is how you will govern. And if your campaign based on vague headlines with no body behind it, no policy document that people could understand, then you will govern in the same way. So what you're seeing now, where the government is doing things vike. So they say they cancel CPEP, but there is no program that has replaced it. This NPOP thing, it's sung and jokey, and it is jokey. It's not serious, and it's a disrespect to the workers who beautify and maintain our country. But again, it is because they abandoned the whole notion of creating a manifesto with detail, as they did in 2020, because they got licks. Because remember, if you draw your mind back, the manifesto in 2020 was outdoored in October 2019 because it was the speech of the opposition leader at the time in 2019 October, and the election was August 2020. So the opposition gave 10 months for their plan to be pulled apart, and all the parts that were weak points, like taking unit trust money, which was a emotive thing, to go and invest it, you know. the absence of any mention of local government at all in the plan. So therefore they couldn't use it to demonstrate how they're going to decentralize government and support development across the board. And also they had some other weak points in the plan regarding floating the currency. That was a big issue in 2020 as well. Floating the currency to market rates, which would have meant a devaluation of the dollar, the Trinidad and Tobago dollar. So because they got so much licks from that plan, and that plan was done by somebody, in finance, in banking, in a very, central location. And as a result of that, you found that they didn't have much knowledge in terms of what works with the masses and in terms of government. And so the plan was weak in a way in which you couldn't take it to the people in a meaningful way. And therefore they went instead for marketing headlines in 2025. And so to answer your question, what was the role of the chief economist? The chief economist's role was more in a sense to critique government's position. So if the government comes out with a program, you find ways in which the program could be improved, or you find ways in which the program would not necessarily work, and you articulate that. Or you articulate a point that where there's a gap in government's development agenda, you propose something in there. But I mean, in all fairness to Tanku, remember he was not a practicing economist. So
let me jump in there. You see, you're going to start to be an apologist there now. Let me jump in
not
there.
An apologist. He's not a practicing economist, so you can't expect him to do the analysis I would have done.
Yeah, but Mr. Imbert was not a practicing economist either. But
he did a master's in.
No, he didn't. He did not do anything in economy.
In law.
Economist. He did law. But you have technocrats in the ministry. You have advisors. You have a permanent secretary. Isn't that so?
No, remember, I was not answering the question of him being in opposition, in government. I'm more from being in opposition. Because you asked what was the role of me versus...
Tanku. Okay.
Tanku. So he was not a practicing economist.
He was.
He has economic credentials, but he was not practicing economist. So
wait, Obika. I have qualifications in journalism.
Wait, so you are a practicing journalist?
Just no. I drew an example.
Mm-hmm.
You are saying that Mr. Tanku have his qualifications in economics.
He has credentials in economics. Yeah.
But he wasn't practicing. He's not a practicing economist.
No.
But Mr. Tanku was the shadow minister. Was the shadow minister of finance. Anytime there were anything that Mr. Imbert would have come with or talked about in the parliament where the economy is concerned, whenever there was a press conference, Mr. Tanku would have responded to him.
No, but if you draw your mind back, right? The persons who I would have been responding sometime more than him, that is one, in the same press conferences, up until I left, right? And then Rushton Parry would have also responded.
But most of the times in people's minds, if you go back to the press conferences and you ask people would tell you that the person, when Ms. Bissessa chose Tanku to be the Minister of Finance, it was not a surprise to anybody.
Yeah, because he was the shadow. But
right.
Yes, but
that's why when people saw that she didn't choose David Lee to be the Minister of Energy, it was a shock. Because clearly nobody saw Dr. Nunilal emerging the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries.
And we're sticking on the finance, right? So what I'm trying to say is if you have a country, it is important for you as a citizen of your country to know where someone's strengths and weaknesses lie. You understand? So this is not me saying anything to support or be against someone. This is just statement. These are just statements of fact. So by me, is that just how you said, Mr. Mbut, his qualifications as an engineer, and then he did law. So those are his qualifications. So this is a statement of fact. The current Minister of Finance he has credentials in economics, but he's not a practicing economist, and that's something to note. And therefore, what you must look for now, whilst they're in government, is, because this is the crux of what I want to say, is who are the persons that are part of the team that determine the economic policy of Trinidad and Tobago? Is it the former governor of the central bank, what is his name?
Chwala
Rambaran?
No, it's not Chwala.
Because he would have played a hand in the manifestos from before. Or is it the current central bank governor, because he was the former Minister of Finance, right? Or is it the Minister of Trade, but he's not a political figure. Neither is the governor of the central bank a political figure. So the Minister of Trade is Kamamarad Sasha Cosmetics, right? Manufacturer.
Well, I see he now appointed a board of what do you call it, tourism.
Okay. Well, I'm more talking about
I know
the trade part, not the tourism part.
Right.
So in terms of is what is, because the ministers of trade tend to have a significant role in the economic planning, or is it Kennedy Swarat Singh, who has gone quiet of late, right? So is he the person that is driving the economic agenda, or is it the Minister of Works, Jolene John? Because after the budget was read in October last year, Jolene John, as Minister of Works, she would have delivered what many economists considered a second budget, where she outdoored me basically all the plans that Honorable Patrick Manning, would have outdoored as part of Vision 2020 with the waterfront in Port of Spain and San Fernando and the highway infrastructure across the country, including the highway to Mayaro and so on. So is it that she is now the real person driving the economic agenda? So that is the question you really have to ask.
But could you answer it? Who do you think is driving it?
Well, I would offer a third person. It could be that the hidden hand in terms of persons' business interests could be the ones driving the agenda. All right? Because the decisions that are being made aren't seeming to be strong political decisions in terms of economic management. It is more, it comes across more as deal making. So, and if that is the case, then it may be that you have hidden hands that are really driving the economic agenda, and ministers are simply playing their role, as Brother Valentino say. Don't get vexed with the magistrate because he just playing a role.
Will you ever call on the line? Hello, good evening, caller. Play a role.
Yes, I had to call back just to correct Mr. Obika. So I'm concerned about the data centers in the Middle East, in the Arab states being attacked. Was not concerned about the attack on the data centers here. I was just saying that in terms of the investment climate and the data centers established there were their way of diversifying the economy. And because Iran is on a scorched policy, my point was that they are attacking that, and that is a major infrastructural investment, right? And in a zero-sum context, that is what I was looking at. Now the other point was not the Strait of Hormuz per se, but on the other side, leading from the Red Sea, where the Saudis export most of their oil, right? And the Houthis have said that they are going to block that channel. So it means that Saudi Arabia's outlet to get their exports out will be severely hampered. And if you watch what is also happening, the US has removed its forces from the bases that are virtually destroyed and sent them to Israel. So I'm saying for the past 70 years, since Mossadegh was overthrown in 1953 and the Shah stalled, it means that for now they are all open and they have no protection because the Europeans have clearly stated that listen, we are not going to fill that void. We're not going down there, right? And that is the point that we're speaking. So not just Strait of Hormuz, we know about Hormuz, but I am my concern is, and if you also block off the Sharab Strait as well, it will mean that there will have to be other means of exporting the oil. So the oil that is coming from Saudi Arabia will also not reach the market, which is Europe and the West. And we see what is happening with the US strategic oil reserve, which have not now fallen below 300 million barrels for them. That is just strategic oil reserves. And better bottom dollar, they're squeezing Cuba, but just now their domestic market will collapse because what's propping it up is their strategic oil. So that is the point that I was looking at.
Well, I mean, thanks, Scholar. And I agree with you that the current situation in the Middle East will cause a resurgence in speculation and prices of crude oil and natural gas, and even the other petrochemicals, urea, ammonia, methanol, and so on, are expected to increase as a result of that. All right. I can't see really any direct link with respect to investment if there's in terms of inward investment in Trinidad and Tobago regarding the data centers or the attacks in the Middle East. I think that may not have any bearing on an investor coming to Trinidad and Tobago specifically, because they could, if they're shifting the capital from the Middle East, they have the whole world to shift it to. They could go to Singapore, they could go to Africa, they could go to the Far East, they could go to Latin America, they could go to the US. So that may not necessarily have any direct bearing on coming to Trinidad and Tobago, but it may have a direct bearing on our investment decision as to putting in a data center and if it will pose a security threat in essence. So.
All right,
but in terms of, to answer your question regarding persons in this economy, I can remember when in 2017, young father had lost a job, had a second job that was paying between $1,500 and $2,000 a month lecturing. So just a one class I might teach when I lost the main job that I had. And therefore, at that time, I had to get into business and I had no float at all. And what I drew upon at that time, what I had drawn upon was my experience growing up in NJAC, where we would have events and you would start an event simply from a concept. You didn't need money to start an event. And the event I did was a pop-up, and I drew on my training and qualifications, and I got some clients. So eventually I was able to cover the bills. And when the bills, you're talking about milk and Pampers and groceries, right? And that helped me for that period. And even when I returned, when I got a job afterwards, in 6 to 7 months after, I was able to maintain that small business where I did some pop-ups at a couple locations, and I had vendors that I would that would sell their stuff in my pop-up. So if you have any skill, if you have to look at how you're going to generate money, I would want to endorse what Brian Manning said. You must save, because one of the biggest things that affects your money is financial indiscipline. All right? So you need to have financial discipline. as rigid as possible if you really want to you need to put a stop to spending money where you can, and you need to use budgets to actually measure exactly how much money you're spending.
Okay,
but
so
at the
let me
same
stop you.
time, but
No.
at the same time, but at the same time, then you're going to know what skills you have. So could
All
you
right.
make curtains?
Wait, no, just now.
Could you make sweet bread?
All right, so just now, before you reach all there, you see, you're saying things that some people who may look back at this live would want some clarity and some more advanced information on. So you're talking about a budget. You just talked about a budget, right? We have been hearing that from teenage years coming up about a budget, right? Most people live month to month. Most people, they live from month to month, right? I have a strategy that I try to teach my son. Every time $5 reach in your hand, don't spend it, save it. Put it aside. Put it aside. Every time $5 touch your hand, put it aside. Right? A lot of persons would have said to me, that strategy of saving, it sounds easy, but it has to be a discipline.
Well, you have to know yourself. That's the first thing. You have to know yourself. That's the first issue. Now, I will not be like an next person. So there are some persons who, when I was in UV, I had a roommate who, you wake up in the morning, you say he prays at the exact time, he would fold his clothes, leave it on the, because in UV you're sharing room, right? One bed for you, one bed for the next person. Fold his clothes, leave it there, leave his socks, his shoes there, everything in his cupboard, neat and press it close before you put it in the shelf in the cupboard, right? And then on my side, right? So I'm more dynamic, right? So things happen when it happen. So what I would do is I would just have a priority list. That is what I focusing on. So, okay, today I only want to get through these two things. He will have his entire day planned out by the minute, and he will live his life like that throughout. I'm not like that. So therefore, if you're like that, then a budget. You budget exactly how much you spend. You stick to your budget. You understand? And you work with that. But if you're like me, and you can't really budget like that, then you take a priority list. So I say, okay, for this year, my focus is to pay my land. Right? So I will be going along. I get a piece of money every month. I pay to the land. No planning. I just know every month I have to put something on it. That is all. And as no matter how small it is, in lean times, I still find some money to put on it. But what you focus on now is what happens is somewhere in the middle of the month, money will finish. So when in the middle of the month, somebody come and come and say, you want to do this? Well, month end for that. Next month. You want to do that? Month end for that. So if you're like me and you can't really live exact, you have a priority list. Okay, I have to get through. If you say you want to start doing sewing curtains, I need to buy a sewing machine where you know, okay, X amount is the cost of the sewing machine. If you take the sewing machine out on terms, you know, okay, you need to, a day mustn't pass without you getting one customer.
All right, we have a caller. Hello, good evening, caller.
Good night to my brother, Pastor Google.
Good evening, sir.
Good evening. Good night. Good evening to my guest. This is Mr. Tobika. What's his name? Obika?
Yes. Good evening, my brother.
Good afternoon, man. Mr. Obika, quick question. Did you have a store somewhere in the TIC there, the trading center for last week or sometime, sir?
In TTM, yes. The Africa tours.
Oh, the Africa stores.
Yeah. So we have my business model is bridging Africa and the Caribbean with trade and travel. That's it. So
right, very good.
So
Okay.
we have a tour to Africa, but the tour this year is sold out. So that's closed. We're leaving in 4 weeks to Ghana, Togo, and Burkina Faso. But this tour that we are packaging is for next year. So persons pay every month and so on. But we also do and I'll be bringing the door prize to my brother esteemed Pastor Google's function. Bringing paint artwork from Africa, from Togo, from a particular artist in Togo. And some lucky person will be getting a door prize of original African ad. There's no printer. It's original African ad, a one of one. All right, on in the function on Saturday. All right, so that is also part of it. But also, I also carry people into Africa in terms of business as well if they want to invest. So my business is simply bridging Africa and the Caribbean with trade and travel as well.
Very good. Okay, well, soon I will be needing, I'll be seeking expertise soon. I the guy they call Mr. P. Pastor Google could pull in a little more. I'll be needing some of your expertise. But what I also call, good topic as usual, and it's good to have this diverse. We talk about politics, we talk about a little about economics on this Pastor Google's platform, constructive talk, as we always say. So I hear you all talking about saving and saving. First to begin, I believe there's a difference between saving and investing. For me, sometimes saving is not, sometimes it may seem to not make sense. And I'll tell you why. Sometimes you save $10 and you and I, we all know that $10 now, the purchasing power of $10 now, you leave that $10 in a savings and 2 or 3 years, that $10 will worth something about 25% of the value will go, right? Am I right, Mr. Obika?
Yes.
Very good. So I believe we should be concentrating more on investing, teaching people financial literacy, more than just savings alone. And thirdly, I want to also engage you with this data center. So my question to you, Obika, is we have where the CPEP and the URP and the forestry workers are home. And I will want to find out from you if it makes more economical and financial sense to have these people, instead of have 50 people working and giving them $200, you have 100 people working and give them $50, which means sharing the, like how Jesus takes 50 bread and share it out how much 100 people, you space it out more. Should the government of the day be looking to expand, instead of using the money for perhaps the laptops, $130-something million for laptops, or for a calling center that I believe it's a vanity project at this moment. We don't need that right now. Should our government be looking to take that money and bringing back majority of these people, whether the CPEP, the forestry, or the URP, whatever workers, and also having a farming aspect of it also? So you create employment, stimulate the economy, and also we have little foreign exchange coming into the country. What says thou on that sort of idea or ideology? Well, I looked on and listened. Good show as usual. I looked on and listened for your answer, Mr. Obika and Mr. Pastor Google. Thanks again.
Thank you for your call, caller. The government, if they want to bring back CPEP tomorrow, they could do it. The cost of doing it could be financed by the same way in which they're financing the budget, which is borrowing or drawing from the HSF. But the issue really is not going to be, or as they say, trimming some of the fat. The issue really will be how they manage the economy overall. Remember, we had a $3.4 billion scandal in terms of the housing ministry that the Integrity Commission launched an investigation into, and we've seen that they've seemed to backpedal on that to some extent.
And not the Integrity Commission, the OPR.
The OPR. Yeah, the OPR. Yeah. So therefore, you have right. So the 3.4 billion with the OPR. So therefore, if the OPR could ask hard questions about it, the question is, what is the quality of spending that going to be? How much of that is going to find its way into housing? And if there's any excess there, which of course we would have our own suspicions given the track record of this administration, that there may be some issues where that is concerned, and if they clean up that, they could find money to pay CPEP and RPD. The issue is not necessarily access to financing. The issue is priority of the government. If they have if they prioritize the citizens finding work, they will ensure the citizens are employed.
What do you think is the priority of this government, though?
to retain control.
When you say retain control, what you mean?
If you can okay, so you have control at this point. Citizens are very careful not to say anything that would make them run afoul of the current SOE, and therefore there's a control mechanism. It goes beyond crime fighting. It suppresses expression, gatherings, and so on. So as a result of that, the government's focus is on control, and if they can retain control and stay in office beyond this political cycle, that is what the real purpose is. Not necessarily.
But how could you regain control and be able to as you saying retain political office?
Voter suppression. So if you have persons believe that the PNM really didn't do anything for you in the areas where they need a few people to stay home to win the election, then they will win.
Yeah, but that doesn't... Okay, while I hear you...
Because remember, they are continuously campaigning. Eh?
Yeah, but while
they have not stopped campaigning yet.
Yeah, but while I hear you, the reality of what people are facing, they're not saying... When you listen to people on the ground, when you go on the ground and you look at the people meter and you look at CNC3 when they're on the ground asking people questions, people are telling this government, hey, we removed the PNM because you said that you could fix it.
However...
Just now I finish. Mm-hmm. You said that you could fix it.
Mm-hmm.
You understand? And clearly we're not seeing you fixing it. Because the people at the lower strata of the life, people at the lower end of the ladder, the lower hanging fruits people are not being accommodated. They are not being helped.
Right. So, however, what we are accustomed to in this country is if you go through pressure, you say, well, I wonder if it's only me, boy. But then you will see people protesting. People protesting for opportunities, people protesting for access to jobs, people protesting for all sorts of things. But now you basically can't protest. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So because nobody really don't want to go down to Tetron. You understand? So people say, better I just stay in my corner and try to find something.
And do you think that people are not our people? You might be
because of that, because they're not seeing other people.
No, they are.
Galvanizing.
They are seeing other people
in the way we are accustomed.
No, and people have moved away from that. People have found when you back somebody behind in a way,
mm-hmm.
they find it's like water. You feel you could suppress water. You feel they are suppressing the people. But people are talking on social media. People are talking in WhatsApp groups. If you go on some WhatsApp groups with over 5,000 people, some of those groups don't stop talking. All through the night, people's phones keep going off. So while you might be thinking it's voter suppression and people are not expressing themselves and people are being oppressed and people are being suppressed and they can't talk, people are talking. But you are not a part of groups where people are talking. So you might be thinking, well, you know what? I'm not hearing the voices, I'm not seeing the mass outcry, So I feel that this government may very well, the plans of suppressing and oppressing the voice of the people, they are getting through with it. Because I am not hearing it in the massive way like when it was under Dr. Rowley.
And then when I grew up without social media.
But somebody like me, who in the media, I'm seeing it every day. Look, every minute you hear my phone going off.
Because I am many groups, but I don't.
You don't read the comments because you time. Right. But the reality of it,
study something else.
Right. So while you're saying that is too much time, then that is why I'm saying to you that while you might be thinking that's too much time for me to go through what people think, that's the only way people can express how they think.
No, I don't mean nothing. I don't organize the train. I don't organize the train in the morning.
Those same people are there's things to do.
No, I say I had to do research today. I have to write a whole set of things. So I had to sit down and for me to do my work, I can't be too much because
when
in the WhatsApp group,
and I understand that, but the reality of it is when you listen and you look and you feel. Let me tell you something. I sit in a taxi today, and you hearing the people in the taxi talking. People may not be talking in masses, but in little pockets when they're traveling, you're hearing them talking. I was on the water taxi today and you hearing people in the water taxi terminal saying, hey, this place is hard. So while we not hearing them in a protesting way, among themselves in groups, they are talking and people, today I sat down in a taxi. I know the taxi driver tell me, here now brother, I just normally make 3 trips a day. From San Fernando to Port of Spain. I come out here at 3 o'clock in the morning. Listen to the time he come in, 3 o'clock in the morning. He said, and from 3 to 12, I make my 3 trips and I go home. He said, brother, look at the time. I only make 2, which was 4 o'clock. You really think people sitting down and taking that and saying, well, it's P&M fault? When a man saying, when you hearing people saying, but under Dr. Rowley, boy, I used to make 4 trips.
But the UNC focus is not on the whole country. It's just enough to win the election.
And I'm saying to you,
if in Tobago they're happy, and they will.
Tobago people not happy.
Well, they just win a whole.
Yeah, but Tobagonians, if you talk to Tobagonians now, Tobagonians will tell. Listen to.
I look at your numbers. They win 15-0.
Yeah, but the UNC win.
They're happy with Farley.
Yeah, but the UNC win. A majority. People are not.
Well, Trinidad, we know Trinidad different.
Yeah, but I'm still saying to you that at the end of the day, when you listen to people on the ground, because I travel, being in my own car, I on the ground, I traveling. I'm among people. You're going to grocery. When you go in the grocery, the teller telling you, when you go to the grocery, you go by the teller. By selling food basket or JTA in Carlton Center. You know the teller that tell you? You need a basket in case you go over. You have the first thing she say, you have a budget. So that she know when she swipe and you reach your budget, there's a basket there to put the other stuff that you may not be able to take. And you know what she tell and she say? You know, most of the cashiers they say, brother man, real people. Real. So while you might be thinking, did the UNC this with the let's try to get a little bit. Boy, the little bit, it's a no little bit right now. Everybody feeling it. Everybody feeling it. It's a no little bit again. Anybody who telling you they're not feeling it, down to their own people who is a part of the replacement of CPEP. You hear what the woman say. So while we might be thinking X, Y, and Z, brother man, it are people who can't wait.
I thought so in Tobago, but
no, Tobago is different. And you just said that Tobago is different. So then why you say that you thought so in Tobago? No.
But you're that different. So, but what they count on is this, right? Point and Library, they count that off.
Let me count that off.
That they won't get it. They won't get it back. Grandy, they will count that they won't get that. You know that. So there are a few seats that they will count as off. But the intention is okay. Just these areas we need to hold.
Which is?
Well, Moruga, Sando West, Tobago.
They're not going to go back to San Fernando West. Or San Fernando West, the man who going up for San Fernando, who is the member of parliament for San Fernando West. No, he's not going back up. He's already 70-something years. 2030, he's going to be 80. So we know for sure he ain't going back.
But he's not that old, but I know
he is.
He's not effective.
No. How old is he?
I think he just retired in 2020, you know, as a principal.
Yeah, but he is not
65.
No,
I
don't think.
Older than he is,
no, I don't think he is 65. But you could type it, you could check it up, you could Google it and see. versus age. But I'm just saying to you that while you might be thinking, and people in San Fernando West, when you look at San Fernando West right now, it is dead. It is dead. San Fernando West is dead. What does people in San Fernando West can say in a year time that this man has done?
Their focus is going to be on, let me tell you what their focus is going to be on. For the local government election, their focus is going to be on Coquier, Marabella, South, and trying to tip the scales. Because San West is a very close, San Fernando Corporation is a very close area. And that is where they'll put the emphasis on. So whilst, yes, people generally in Trinidad disgruntled, what they're going to do is just focus on the numbers, the exact number of people that go out to vote. And if there's voter apathy and people not really feeling it, and then come out to vote because local election doesn't necessarily get a big turnout, you know, they hoping that they get enough to cross the line to get Sando Corporation. Because one seat they need to get Sando Corporation.
No.
How much corporation? What seat in the corporation that they have?
They have, I think it's 4. And we have 7 or 6. I don't think so. Check it and see. Well, do you have your phone? Check it and see. But I don't think it's 1. It's not 1.
I get the mayor to come and, or somebody in Sando to explain that.
All right. I live in San Fernando, you know. Hello, good evening.
Yes, hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Obika. Good evening, Pastor. Good program. I see you folks talking about the seats and stuff like that, right? You know what I've been noticing over the last few years, right? I don't know if you focusing, but I noticed that over the years, the party itself, it seems that we seem to be losing. We seem to be losing certain seats or certain areas that term safe seats. And I will give an example. Do you remember when people used to say Sawa Barker used to be a PNM safe seat?
And that was because we would have
36. That was 36. When it changed to 41, the dynamics changed.
Right. And apart from that, that is when we had the Muslim support. We had a lot of Muslim support in Sawa Barataria back then. What's the woman name?
Yeah.
Who was in the Prime Minister's office at one time?
My daughter.
Yeah, what's her name?
I can't remember.
I can't remember her name. But we had a lot of Muslim support back then.
Nafisa.
Right.
Right. All right, let me go back again.
9 districts.
Remember?
Right. And we have how much?
Yeah.
I'll tell you this after the call finish.
Right. Remember? I think at one time, Ottawa Mayor or maybe some certain part of thing was PNM.
And that
due to the
changing of the boundaries would have some change. While they change the boundaries, those things would have changed.
Right. But so and possible
because that's where you would have gotten the Moruga seat, Moruga table land.
Correct. My thing is with the PNM, I think people are hacking and focusing too much on those 2 Tobago seats. I mean, I think, yes, I would like to see Tobago, those 2 seats back in the fold of the PNM, but I find that we should be focusing on certain seats. Like, you see, like Shogunas East, those are the seats that we should be getting at.
That Shogunas East seat, sir.
Unless Edinburgh 500 is placed in Shogunas East,
that would never make sense. It would never happen. We only got that seat because there was a split vote. There was split vote. There was COP, and when the COP went up, that is how the PNM would have won that seat.
Mustafa won.
When Mustafa would have won that seat. Point-a-Pierre was the same thing. When the COP went up, that is how the president, Miss Christine Kangaloo, would have won that seat.
But I still find that the PNM should have won those seats because...
How?
I mean, that's the thing.
How?
This is my thing. Look at Moruga table and next so-called seats, all because of the fact that certain people didn't want Winston Gypsy Peters.
Yeah, but that was 2015. What happened to this year going here?
Well, that's the thing. I thought that the American lady would have won the seat, but You see, many people wanted Michelle Benjamin.
Well, you don't know and again, you'd say that, but did you hear the stories of what went on there?
No, I'm not too. I don't have the open information.
Well, right. So don't think that it's just a foregone conclusion. Those things are not foregone conclusion. The PNM was very, 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 very unpopular, you know. I don't think you all understand that. You all think that it's a foregone conclusion that the PNM should have win this and they should win that and they should. No, if you're unpopular, people, just like how the UNC was unpopular from after 2010 to 2015, the UNC was very unpopular. The PNM was unpopular and a lot of PNM people not coming to terms with that.
Well, I guess I still thinking that I think many people still harboring the idea that those two Tobago seats is the key in forming the government, and I think maybe the party should probably strategize and focus on those marginal seats like Tunapuna, Toko, Sandy Grande, St. Joseph, Arangwell. That's our next ticklish seat in my opinion, because Dr. Terence Yalsing lost that seat, and I think we should probably focus on those so-called seats that we have, you know. That's my opinion. I don't know what Mr. Bika had to say, but like I said again, we don't know what's going on in the next coming election. That if they have an next boundary change, if we will have an extra seat, and then they have this new law now where persons from abroad, from two generations, could come in and vote. So I don't know. We'll see what's going on. You folks have a good night.
Well, yeah. So that's again, maybe we jump in the gun. We have local before, and therefore, as you rightfully said, caller, the reality is that boundaries can change between now and the general, so and they could even create more seats as well. But as I mentioned, in San Fernando is 5-4, so one seat holds the balance, and therefore things could be bad all over, but they could get 100 people to say, you know what, I'll give this candidate a chance. Because what happens at the local level, people look less at the party. They hold the party, but there's some people who focus a little more heavily on who the candidate is at the local level. And so people could be disgruntled throughout the whole of Sando. But they could get 20 households in one street to say, let me get this person a chance. And that is the election in Sando City Corporation. It's as simple as that.
Well, I tend to disagree. Because I live here, so I tend to disagree. Macamillion fighting for his skin in Marble West. And the young lady who is in Marble East, where my partner growing up there, he done doing his work, his ground work. He lost that seat by 5 or 6 votes. He done working already. So I tend to disagree. Because I am a part of, and I am working with and listening to certain people and what is going on.
All I'm saying is
but the numbers,
strategy will be.
It's the numbers. Just saying it's the numbers. But I am saying to you, as somebody who lives in San Fernando, that it may just be different in certain aspects. The game is different. Because remember, Macamillion is trying to be the shadow MP for Brian Manning. And he's neglecting his area. He is busy trying to be shadow MP.
In Sando East.
In San Fernando East.
But
and neglecting his area.
Sando West.
And people are talking about it. The people who voted for Macamillion was working CPEP, you know. The people who voted for Macamillion was working URP, you know. So while you might be thinking that these people are happy, unemployed, and they would just still go back and vote for you, there's a different story, my brother. There's a different story. And I could tell you that because I know what's happening. So
you're saying that the people who voted for him not winning right now?
The people who obviously not.
But they win the seat.
They win the seat when the PNM was in office. And
the more general, they win the Sando West seat. So they
won the San Fernando West seat. It didn't have any. You talking about they won the seat while people were still working URP and CPEP.
But remember, they say once they win, they're going to win. So
and they are not winning.
No, that wasn't the campaign. The campaign was when they win.
No, because you're being difficult.
No,
you're being but you're being all right. But when the UNC was going up for San Fernando West,
right,
people were working URP and CPEP.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
I hear you.
While okay, you're telling me I will win.
Mm-hmm.
I will win, and I believe you that I will win. While I'm working CPEP and URP, you know. While I'm working CPEP and URP, and I could feed my family, you are telling me.
I wonder when they get a truth bus.
Wait, no, don't rush my story.
All right.
Because your perception is that these people will still go back and vote for Macamillion, even though they lost this European CPEP work.
Well, I didn't know that part. I thought they was winning. I see, well.
How could they be winning? How? If you telling me that people lost their jobs, how and people are hungry, how they winning?
See, that is why maybe I guess you on the social media say no more.
No, but I want you to tell me if you were working CPEP under PNM, the UNC tell you, hey, when I get in office, you will win.
Mm-hmm.
When you go on and you vote UNC and you lost your job, you lost your CPEP work, you telling me that I, who tell you you're going to win, coming now to tell you, well, vote for me now. And you telling me that...
No, well, people ain't going to accept that.
Okay, come on. So you tell me they're going to win. It's just once they win, they want to win the corporation and they could win it. They could win it. How they could win it if I am unemployed?
Suppose they're waiting to launch a bag of money down the line now.
And I am still saying to you, I'm still saying to you that there are people who will still... let me tell you something. That the UNC did that the last time in 2015, and the UNC gave in the UNC, you all would have given the people and them an increase in salary just before the election?
Well, firstly, I was in the UNC until I became a senator in 2017.
All right. But did the UNC give increase in salary coming down to the end of the election?
Right, so I was in Africa, so I'm not sure the details.
Yes, they did. And what happened?
But
people still voted against them.
Remind me if I'm wrong, right? My memory is right. In around that time, wasn't ILP also splitting the vote in the UNC?
No.
2010 and 15.
Yeah, but
in the local election.
Yeah, but wait, just now we talk about general election. In that time,
okay.
In that time, the UNC would have given
2015 had an ILP in general election.
Yes,
they got a lot of votes.
No, they didn't have an ILP. ILP set out. I believe in 2015, did they have a ILP? I think so. Yes. The ILP was there.
I came back in the country like a few weeks before elections. I just get married me and time with that. So
but the reality of it is that what people going through now, and that's what Kareem said, you know. The pain you're feeling now, don't forget it. Even though they come to handle you, and because it's an election time and it's election journaling rush, don't forget the pain you feel all now. Why you must forget it? Because you get a little kakada now? Nah, man. And it have people who get the little kakada, who's supposed to be getting the little kakada, and look, they're quarreling about it. You really feel if they call a local government election, them people and them who not getting pay, going and vote UNC? They ain't get pay since May. You really feel if a local government election is called now, you talk about numbers and they're watching the numbers, however. People, they can't pay their bills.
Remember what I tell you, eh? Well, it's true, but I didn't know the situation, man. But I thought they was handling the people.
How? In what way?
This NPOP thing, how much people are under that?
50, about much? 1,000 people? 1,500 people?
In Sando?
I don't even know much I don't even see them in Sando.
Yeah, well then...
Even if they hire people, it's still not enough that to add up to the amount of people working CPEP.
So this is the thing, right?
That not making sense
exactly.
You're not making sense of that.
And the thing is, it not making sense to me what they're doing, except this. This is the only thing that makes sense to me. From a position of control, if you know that whole I forget the psychology that they say Stockholm syndrome, right? If I pressure you to the point of frustration, some families to losing almost their dignity then, right? And then a couple months before the election, I start to make it rain. Some people might forget it.
And if you want to believe that, Trinidadians are so gullible, I haven't seen that in the history of Trinidad and Tobago. In the history of Trinidad and Tobago, that doesn't add up. That has never been happened. That psychology has never worked in Trinidad and Tobago.
I'm trying to figure out exactly what is the plan. This had to be part of it can't be by accident. It cannot be by accident. They send home 50,000 people and you deliberately leave them unemployed. So there has to be a plan behind it.
Well, you was there. What plan you feel you have?
I have no idea. So that is the question I'm asking. It's not making sense.
I'm going to deal with something. Talk to the people. Take some calls. 464-7003.
But we talk about Africa at this point. So the opportunity for persons in terms of those who are interested in getting to Africa is multiple. There's an opportunity with respect to persons who have some interest in studying in Africa. All right. And that is one of the things that I will be looking at when we go to Burkina Faso later on this year. We are having a one-day conference at one of the universities in Ouagadougou, which is the capital of Burkina Faso. And this is organized by my team as well as with our Burkina Faso partners. And the main focus is to address the issue of lack of awareness of the Caribbean in Africa and lack of awareness of Africa in the Caribbean at several levels. One is at the policy making level. Two is at the foundational educational level. And the last part is at the strategic level at the university. So, for instance, in Africa, they are taught that we left on ships to the New World, to the Americas. They may have mentioned slavery in some context, and that was it. And the next time they would encounter Africans in their education system is when they're talking about people like Barack Obama and Marcus Garvey and Michael Jordan. So they left out entirely the most brutal part of the colonial experience from the education system in Africa. And that is not accidental, because, of course, the education system in Africa was designed in a colonial manner. And because of many reasons, it has not been shaken off fully with respect to what our experience has been as Africans in the Caribbean. As we are approaching emancipation, this is an important point. And in the Caribbean, we are taught about, people were put on ships, and we are taught extensively about what happened during slavery on the plantation to some extent. But we are not taught about the colonial experience in Africa, and we are not taught about what happened in Africa before the colonial experience with the Europeans and the Arabs came. So we are not taught about the great African legacy and history and so on, and we are certainly not taught about what happened during colonialism when they were under the brunt. And that's why you have persons misunderstanding the role that Africans played in the slave trade by persons saying that, yes, they sold us into slavery and so on. And if you're living your life in a civilized manner and thousands of persons come with guns and they get your neighboring brothers who are African, they arm them and then they come and send them to shoot at you, that is both African parties are doing so under duress. It's not a situation where they did so in a willing manner. And therefore, if the history is taught by the colonizer, it would always paint the African as a bad actor in that process. So, therefore, this conference that we're having in Burkina Faso, which is just as a part of the tour, the tour is relaxing, it's touristic and cultural and heritage and so on. It's also an opportunity for persons to connect with persons in Burkina Faso, so they understand us in the Caribbean, and then we understand them, and then we build now a plan of action. So how are we going to get this, let's say, closeness between Africa and the Caribbean? We can advocate at that forum for them to include Caribbean studies at the university level, and even if it is that it may not be economically viable, to send a lecturer to Burkina Faso, that they can have a lecturer deliver the course virtually, and vice versa. We're going to be taking the same pleadings to universities here in the Caribbean. All right. So this is one of the key things that we'll be doing, as well as providing a platform for young persons in Burkina Faso to link directly with persons in Trinidad and Tobago virtually. I see you have a caller. Good evening, caller.
Good evening, caller. Oh God, Pastor Google, heated debate. But I would like to tell Mr. Obika something, right? 2010 to 2015. 2015, our economy was in a far more healthier position. Public servants was promised large back pay. I don't know if you remember. And still the population was disgruntled and voted them out. Yeah? We was in a more... You hear me, Pastor Google?
He should be hearing you, but he's not in the studio right now.
Yeah. The people of this country was promised large back pay. There was promises all kind of goodies to the citizens of this country, Obika. All kind of goodies. Yeah? We had the economy was 10 times healthier than it is now. And still the people of Trinidad and Tobago saw where I think Makandel Daga, God rest his soul, he was an NJAC. You are NJAC also, brother?
Yes.
Right. What happened with Makandel Daga? Could you just give us a brief history?
Well, there was a forum. I was out of the country. I was in Ghana for the better part of their administration, 3 years. But there was a video where I know he was in a forum in UB, and he said that they were stealing money as if they invented it.
We getting somewhere. Mm-hmm. And what did he do? He pulled out, right? That's Makandel Daga from the NJAC. Then we had David Abdullah from the MSJ. What happened with MSJ? Could you remember? David Abdullah, you know what happened? I think he was a senator. I stand to be corrected. And when David Abdullah saw, same thing like Mr. Makandel Daga, they were part of the Faisabad Accord. He pulled out also. The country was in a far better healthy economy. And look what happened. So to back up what Mr. Pastor Google is saying, don't matter what they come with, how much goodies and so on, people is not going to forget what it is they're going through. People silent. And the only reason people silent is because of the SOE. People is not going to forget what it is, what the economical pressure they are going through. I am guaranteeing you that all in Tobago, people is feeling it. And I am telling you, Trinidadians will not forget. People are whispering, people are talking in little gaps, but people are not going to forget this. And this incarnation of the UNC is 20 times worse than the UNC in 2010, 2015. I am guaranteeing you.
But the main reason that they are unfettered, they nobody holding them back because they control a majority on their own. So therefore, even if people defect, they're not going to lose any control, even if they lose
Very
people.
Good. Yeah, but then hold on. That happened in 2010. They also had a constitutional majority. I don't know if you remember that.
But I think they had more people who were in COP and MSJ and not NJAC, but the Tobago Party. There were more.
Yeah, but Obika, although there were different parties come together. Look, Philip Alexander. Philip is not Philip Alexander.
No, well, we don't count him as thing, you know.
No, but he's at UNC now. He going up.
I know, but he doesn't hold a seat. I'm talking about the people who have seats in the
yeah,
in
because
the
it was designed like that. The UNC designed it like that so that they go say, all right, test some of the seats. MSJ contest some of the seats, but no UNC. But you're seeing now where failed politicians like Philip Alexander who lost his deposit holding seats in the UNC, so they had to join with these guys who have a little backing somewhere to win an election. And I am guaranteed, just like Pastor Google is telling you, this incarnation of the UNC is twice time worse than what we see 2010 and 15. And I am guaranteeing you, people is not going to forget them.
And I'll tell you, as I told you, why. Two things are different. One, she has more control now. So this you're getting to see her true colors now. Because then, whilst yes, there are many persons who were UNC, she had just taken over control of the party. So she had to carry people into government that she did not have sway over them. If you understand what I mean. So you had different persons, even within the UNC and then the COP, who were at odds. You understand? And so what happened, there was a house cleaning after they went into opposition. And so she got rid of your dry mind back. You had the Botiwaris,
right, yes,
so she got rid of all of those people. So the people who are now MPs, the core of the MPs, are not people who are political giants. They cannot stand toe-to-toe with her then. And they owe the entire political life to her.
An allegiance to her. Correct.
So therefore, she has full control over them. She didn't have that then. So therefore, that is why it's worse now. Because because it's like before, it's like a grocery. You had to go to the supervisor before you talk to the cashier. But now it's like a parlor. You're in control of everything. So and that
will work against them. Obika and Pastor Google.
But let me just correct you. All right, let me just correct you when you said in 2015 the economy was in a better place.
10 to 15. Say 10 to 15.
No, I think he said in 2015. Did you say 2015?
Yeah, 2015.
It's about 2010.
We had a healthier economy. Although it was shambles also, although this do a lot of wrong in 2015, the economy was a little more healthy.
No, it wasn't. In 2015, when Dr. Rowley came into government, in 2015, Mr. Jawala Rambarat would have said that we were officially in a recession.
Yes.
We had 3 consecutive negative growth.
Yes, Pastor Google, yes.
And we went into a recession.
Price of oil was
very low.
It dipped below $50 and then dipped negative before the year ended.
Right.
Before the 12-month cycle.
Right. And then on top of that, Dr. Rowley had to deal with COVID.
Yes, correct is right.
So when the UNC left the bill for the PNM to pay the back pay and the increase in salary, the PNM government had to go on a bonds, had to go out there. Mr. Imbut had to go out there and get the money.
Yes, Pastor. Oh, yes. Thanks for reviving my recollection. But one thing, what the UNC did that time, they made a lot of promises to public.
Yes, they did.
Huge large sums. Huge and even then and all the people saw to the stupid.
And they run them out. They run them out.
Correct is right. Yes, correct is right.
And strange enough, Obeka talking about, the numbers thing, and the UNC would have checked their numbers properly and know how to play the numbers game. In 2010 to 2015, there was a local government election and the UNC lost.
Correct is right.
They lost in their government, in their governance. While they were in government and they had money to play with, they lost a local government election. Under Dr. Rowley, there was always a draw. Dr. Rowley never lost a local, There was always a draw.
But under the UNC, when Miss Bissassa come up by the mic and she started to say, she lost that local election.
I remember 20.
I can't remember what it was. But remember, when she came into office, a local government election was due. And she ride the wave of victory for that one. Right? And when the other one was due before the general, she lost. Even though she was giving people thing. They were telling that don't add up. What you talking about there? That is not our history.
But you can't hold that what will happen this time is what will happen that time.
Brother man, I lost my job.
No, I'll say why. Because in that time, ILP contested the local.
Yeah, but ILP did not win a seat. They did not win any.
But they split a lot of the votes.
Yeah, but listen to me. No, they didn't. If you look at the numbers, ILP didn't split nothing. In that local government. Wait.
The mayor Shogunas now, wasn't he a ILP before?
Wait, just now. I am saying to you, and that is when they had the runoff bill. The only reason why they getting aldermen in some of these corporations is because of the runoff bill that the UNC passed. But if the UNC did not pass that runoff bill, they would not have no aldermen. NTA did not win a seat in the Diego Martin Corporation, but they have an alderman.
He crossed the floor, right?
Yes, but they had an alderman. The reality of it is Obika, and you may not want to come to terms with it because you not understanding what is really going on. I tell you this straight up. You cannot convince me that a man lost his bread and butter. We're not talking about 500 people, you know.
I just want people to get complacent and say, well,
then don't say that. Don't say that.
If we say, okay, prepare ourselves for a hard fight.
No, why we must do that? It mustn't be hard. You must work smart.
Well, okay. We prepare ourselves for a smart fight. Rather than thinking, well, because things bad, people go vote. I don't think.
No, no, you are saying. No, I never said that. I never said that. I am saying you are of the opinion that it's a numbers game. And I am saying to you that you cannot tell me that you go into a community, Macmillan went into a community where people were working. That don't make any sense. I was working. You tell me vote for you and I will win. And as soon as you win, I lost my work and then you come in to tell me vote for you. That don't make no sense. No how.
When they say better days are here,
are you seeing better days? Are you feeling better days?
That is what they say.
But you just saw where small business people in Chagonas. Because you're playing games with me, man. You're playing games with me because you just saw. Yeah, but you just saw where small business people are saying that, hey, we feeling it. Yeah, so when the better days,
the economy is in a bad way.
So then how you saying the economy in a bad way? What about the small man on the ground? What he's saying?
He's saying worse. But the reality is this, right?
Come now, man. You're playing me games. You're just carrying me around in a circle.
Me as an economist, right? The only way I will say yes is if I see the numbers, the for, against, and in between, in terms of the
Bellaman, there was a statement that the Prime Minister
at the electoral district level.
The Prime Minister made a statement. What's that the person say?
No, they think that how they hearing it is loud now, but they don't understand it's just a conversation. They don't understand it's just a conversation. So, but anyway, so
what saying is
the commenters.
Yeah, but the reality, but the
Prime Minister said something.
The Prime Minister said something last night. 3% agreed with her. 99%.
With crime
yeah.
going down.
Come on, people not stupid, Obika.
So is it that people think they're underreporting?
No, people not. I not going into all that semantics.
Okay.
I am just talking about you are of the opinion that because you're not hearing or seeing people on the ground protesting or people are holding back their emotions and their feelings and they're not saying anything.
People getting locked up.
But at the end of the day, give them an opportunity to share their view, like that poll that was taken and said they will give it.
And sometimes even if they agree with the poll, just because they wanted to let the government get a message, they will go against the government. Because the reality is, people feeling it. People feeling it. Even for example, with respect to the business I'm doing, I remember our teacher told me that I told him I'm bringing on artwork now. He said some of his students couldn't do their art exams because they couldn't afford the art supplies now.
Because people, let me ask you something. You see, why I'm telling you
so therefore,
you want to art supply talking about parents not waking up their children. Parents allowing their children to sleep all the day until 12 o'clock when they could feed them. And you telling me that them same people will sit down and say, I do not vote UNC. Because better days are here. When they could have feed their children, when the children get up in the morning, they give them breakfast. And then they give them lunch. Parents are saying no. For this August vacation, leave them, let them sleep because I don't have nothing to give them if they get up now. So I could only give them something lunchtime. And you saying...
In Moruga even, it had... I was talking to the principal, one of the teachers there, and she said that a lot of students are home. They're keeping them from school because they can't afford. So, but this is...
But they're going to vote UNC though.
Well...
Come on, that don't make no sense.
You see, again, how I function, right? You have to understand everybody function according to their training and their intuition, right? How I function as an economist is I want to see the for and against. When I see that, I go believe.
Okay.
And that for and against is you walk house to house and people tell you, yes, they're voting. Because some people, they might be disgruntled to the point where they're not even voting. That's the next number you have. That's why I say, unless I see that. Because somebody vex, don't mean they're motivated to vote. They might say, but I'm done with politics and done. As opposed to,
and that's where you come in.
This government, and I will vote for the PNM.
And that's where you come in. By you taking the position of, I only will understand that when I see the numbers. But if you take the position of, hey, people really feeling it out there, they may have taken a position. Wait, just now, they may have taken a position that they're not going and vote. That's where you have to tip them over the scale by showing them as an economist, yeah, what's going on. You need to get involved.
No, but you don't understand what I'm trying to say.
I understand what you're saying.
As a machine, right? If the party is a machine, if governance is functioning as a machine, when you go into talk, if you know the numbers, it even helps you to focus your message.
But man, people in Moruga were dishonest. Because I
wouldn't say that.
Most people in Moruga would. You don't want to say it?
No. What happened on the day of the election? Right? No. Was they took people.
Yeah, but before that, come on. Yeah, but before that, during the campaign, were they not supportive? You talking about election? They are talking about during the campaign,
there were certain issues that.
I was the candidate, eh?
Yeah, but there are certain issues that arose, and that have nothing to do with the campaign itself. It had to do with issues that arose from before, and so therefore, those are things
no, I'm not saying I'm taking that because I worked with my aunt hands on, and what you talking about? Wait, just now. No, we're talking about what you said earlier. You know,
which
is you want to see figures, and you want to see people who saying that they are for. And who's saying that against, and the people who in the middle.
Right.
When you walk the ground, the majority of people will say that they're for. When you look at the figures, when you went and you sat down and the nights before the election, and they sat down and they say, okay, we need to pull out at least 100 more people here, and we need to pull out 20 people here, and we can pull it off. Oh no, look, this Samuel Cooper here. Samuel Cooper getting real trouble, you know. But Lisa, you need to walk Samuel Cooper a little more. And that's what I'm talking about. That's what you're talking about. That will make you comfortable to know that, hey, yes, at least we have a fight here. And this fight, real, and we could win it.
Yeah.
That
was a deception, brother.
Yeah, well, I won't go to say.
Well, you don't have to say it because you feeling you think I am an American, you know. So me putting water in my mouth to try to dance, no shit, you know. The reality of it is that the people will have played games. You don't have to say it. You could say neutral and you don't have to say it because you have your connection to however you feel about Maruga. I am American. And the reality of it is that some of those people played games. They played games. And when the girl sang the song, she was damn right. You don't have to agree. And you
everybody have a different style of expressing themselves. Right. I do express myself like that.
And that's all right. That's all right. You don't have to. But the reality of it is that there are some people, Virgin, play games when the election comes around. Hello, good evening. Hello. Hello.
Yes, a blessed good evening to you, Pastor Google, and the gentleman who in studio there with you.
Good evening.
I like how you're talking, Pastor Google. Let him know what time it is. We don't skin and grin on this platform. It's about serious thing. It's about people life you're dealing with. The first thing this government do is bust CPEP truth. And who you boss? The poor people. At the end of the day, CPEP, them workers is working for less than $4,000 a month. You understand? When them outside in the hot sun, and if rain, it has nothing to cover them, and if rain fall, they getting wet. And when the sun come back out, that clothes drying on them. You understand? Them had to feed their family, send children to school, buy books, buy uniform, sneakers, all these kind of things. And then people was doing their work. One thing I could say with CPEP, when you see them pass through, the place clean. If it had garbage and keeping up everything in our bag, the place clean and nice. Watch how the places now. Watch out the places now. And I go with the simplest thing, Watch out the places now. They deprive somebody for working for honest dollar. You care about the people, and the people who they replace CPAP with, which is less people. I think ain't no big set of people like what CPAP have. Or you ain't pay them people for months. They come on TV and make noise for money.
And Ubika is convinced that them people and them will look over that. And vote back you.
I like how you're packaging me.
And
you're turning your callers against me. You're bringing me here down to the caller, the nice caller who calling now. I'm forming a very negative view of me
because you're making it look as though.
No, you see, okay. So let me for the caller's benefit, right? For a conversation to be engaging, all right? Persons must present arguments that allow for conversation. But if every single thing you say, I agree 100%, there's going to be a conversation. This session would have done 2 hours ago.
Lying, say, hey, family, you're lying. That what you're saying there is not true. Say that.
No, well.
You could agree to
disagree. Well, everybody also have a style. You know, it have some people.
No, but what have I said
so
just now
everybody has a style, right? Everything you said there, I said it already. In fact, when I came, the first thing I talked about was the importance of CPEP.
Talk that from ever since.
Right.
It's not now when you say it. It's before that. And then on top of that, the icing before. When I done, you go talk and whatever. I'm put on top of the icing. The 500 million, which is US dollars. What they take that money to do? Up to now, they can't say what they take it to do. Is it to pay the 10% and back pay for the police officers who working so extremely hard?
Remember when I started this meeting, I said $18 billion was the shortfall in the budget. 18 billion. So they didn't explain how they're going to find that money. In fact, they hid the size of the shortfall in the budget. So,
and all those things that educated people who thinking about their children's future and grandchildren's future, and not going to just sit down and say, throw the hand up in the air and say, man, to hell with all this politics thing, because at the end of the day, it's still going to affect you. And the reality of it is that just as you are saying, that it's all about creating a conversation. But at the end of the day, the conversation for me is that we have to find a way to get through these people. We can't just say, well, yeah, the UNC have a big chance to win.
But at the same time, let me say this, right? Let me say this. If it is you're going into an election. It can't be that we go win because everybody vexed. No,
I never said that. I never said that.
I am an economist, and I deal with numbers. And unless I see the numbers,
but we just had that discussion.
Right. So, but because I disagree, it doesn't mean that you should characterize me as somebody who has the wrong understanding of things. I disagree on a simple point in that maybe I disagree with the point of saying, yes, you win because right now it's 5-4. And I disagree with the point that because everybody vexed generally means that they won't get the numbers to vote.
All right, so let me say this. So let me say this again.
Local government election normally is a very low turnout.
All right, so let me say this again. All right, so that's not caller. Let me say this again. Let me say this again, Obika, because you're saying that like if I did not clear that up, which is not true. Yeah. I said to you that at the end of the day, I said to you that I don't agree, or I never said that people are just going to vote because they're vexed. I said that. I said to you that when you look at what is happening with the economy, we're seeing where business, if in Shoguna's business people are complaining, what will you expect for San Fernando? Will you expect?
But that's what I said. So I'm saying.
No. You didn't say that. You just said to me.
Listen. When you play the video on Shogunas, I said that Shogunas is the busiest retail center in Trinidad and Tobago. And if they complaining for business, it will be worse in High Street in Princess Tong, Point 14. So that's not so therefore I said that. What the point I'm making is okay, for example, for the general election 2025, what was the whole issue? People say, well, it had a poll that said this, they said that. I want to know where they got that poll from, how they came up with those figures, and if it was done by somebody, the pollster, to deceive the party. So in the same way, if I go into an area and say, okay, there's only one seat that we only won by about 30-something votes in Kokie that holding Sando together, right? What are the numbers today? And then what is the numbers next month? So if the election is next year, every month you have to be checking them numbers where people saying what support people need. How can we help people identify that the party is in support of them? And that is the numbers I'm talking about. And those numbers tell you a story because you'll see the numbers changing. And when you go to the street captain, you ask him, well, why this person aerially answering? Well, boy, I ain't too sure. I think he might be getting a work, or I think he might just be vexed with voting totally. So we know, okay, the turnout might be low. We have to go and talk to that fella because even if people disgruntled, they could still lose. That's the point I'm making. Because they could stay home.
And I am saying to you, Obika, and I believe that every one of the listeners would have heard me say that while you looking at it from that aspect, I am looking at it from the aspect of you tell me I'm going to win. And I lost my work.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me I'm going to win. While you looking at, okay, the PNM won the seat by 34 votes when everybody was working. When everybody was working, I won the seat by 34 votes. Now, everybody, let me finish now. While you saying that everybody won the seat, but PNM won the seat by 34 votes, while people was working. Now people not working.
Mm-hmm.
They don't know where their bread coming from. People making up hampers for people. PNM people. PNM making up hampers for people and giving it out. I saw there's an initiative happening in Port of Spain where the mayor of Port of Spain is giving out hampers. Every week he giving out hampers. Right? It's same thing happening in San Fernando. Looking for the people who lost their CPF jobs, who parents who unemployed and need help. And you telling me now that here what's going on. I still gonna vote UNC, even though I lost my work.
I didn't say that. I say they could also stay home.
And I'm saying to you, brother, if they stay home, it's because people like me and the lady on the phone, and others did not go and talk to them.
Let me just get the numbers. Once we get the numbers, it helps.
The numbers will help. I know about that. San Fernando. Let me tell you something. San Fernando East will tell you in Pleasantville. San Fernando East will tell you in Pleasantville, you normally get 15,000 votes, and you get the other Coquille, Monrepo, and St. Madeleine would drag in the rest to make it 15,000. To make it about 11, 12, too much thousand.
And then for local again, about half of that.
No, but what I'm saying is,
I'm more focused on local, which is
but I'm saying to you is that, all right, you want to talk local? If you look at Pleasantville from 2015 or from back 2010 to now, the votes has dropped. The votes gone down. But it has win Pleasantville.
Yeah, but there's a granted.
Yeah, but that's not good. If you watch numbers, that's not a good thing. That's not a good thing to just say, well, it's granted. Why, even though your numbers going down, that should not be good. Mr. Manning normally used to win the seat with 20,000 votes. If Michaela was not in the race, Brian might have lost the seat. So I'm just saying to you, while you watching numbers, and I understand your numbers game.
Well, you just mentioned numbers.
Well, that's what I'm showing you. But that's why I'm saying to you that sometimes.
So you're saying you want numbers, but you had the numbers.
And I'm still saying to you that some of the numbers deceives you. Just like how the numbers that the Prime Minister giving us today about the murder toll and the murder rate, and she going back to 2024 and not giving us 2025.
Twilight Zone.
Let's not fool ourselves. People give us semantics with numbers.
So Google, let me just say one thing. You see this Prime Minister that we have that living in the Twilight Zone still? That rate which she talking about crime, it's not affecting her, and her parliament members, Because at the end of the day, them have security 24. You understand? What about we, the citizens out there? What about the Mova Junction, where the people that scatter, poor man, lost his life? You understand? But they say they care about who? They care about themselves. We have a minister who say he fighting for his life. They want extra security for him. But you don't in Brentwood. Jam into music like normal. That ain't affect you. You wasn't fighting for your life.
That is not the first time the cricket they cancelled the independence celebrations and they went to cricket in Brian Lara Stadium.
Yeah.
So
but they're fighting for their life.
It's not the first time. And then he was on stage in the Fetting Carnival. So that's a month after he had a death threat on him.
But let me be real with this thing. Papi show and make it like, I'm fighting for my life, and there's the kind of thing you're doing. So which mean you're telling me you're lying. Because if you're so fearful for your life, you'd have studied other people, it had this amount of crowd. Let me hold back myself. Other people's safety involved too. But no. It don't affect. That's why I keep saying this crime thing with they have going on right now. It's like a papi show right now. It's like Twilight Zone come. When I see she come up with them figures, it's low. But every day somebody dropping down, And I will say it again. The Prime Minister and she colleagues and them, all of them have security 24 for them and their family. And the citizens out here like sitting ducks. Wherever happen.
Thank you,
As long as it's a big shot, and something happened to your family, you'll see the Minister of Homeland Security running. Let me go and drive my partner, let me run. That's okay. But the average man on the road, grass, crapple, smoke your pipe.
Thank you very much, Kola.
Great program, Pastor Google. Great program. Let him know what time it is. He feels his papi show inside of here. Not in that.
All right.
I don't like the characterization about it.
She's joking.
I must screw up my face.
She's joking. I wait to watch that numbers.
I had to address that first. I don't feel anything is up. I would not leave my wife and children, my lovely wife and children, to come and papi show myself for 4 hours in the night. You understand? I don't take that kindly. I don't like that comment at all.
Right. What about that last statement there?
Why isn't anyone asking about these 21 unclassified murders? So that is the question I asked earlier. Is it that we suspect that they are underreporting the murder rate?
The numbers thing is semantics.
Well, see, I wouldn't say so. If they're giving you false numbers, it helps us to know, because once we have the information, then we can go behind it and try to figure out. Because what they have to give us is not just the numbers, They have to give us the names of the people murdered. And then we could now fact check our own. So what we should be doing is checking. Because this is a real concern.
All right.
Because if they're so desperate to show that the murder rate is lower, and they spend a lot of time on that, maybe we need to get the actual persons who declared.
You wouldn't get it because, as Minister Marvin Gonzalez said, that the website and the people division that does do that closed down. But daily news every day, you're getting the information. But it takes time. Who gonna sit down and every time a mother come up in our WhatsApp group, gonna sit down and say, hey, look, excellency. All right, so we're taking on this. All right,
well, that's where we can be organized. So we may have people who have interest in that. Okay, I was researching something that have nothing to do with this, because economics, right? I spend the whole day on it because that's something I like. So you'll have people who are interested in and have access to information that could assist not just the party but the nation in knowing the reality.
All right. Well,
so maybe we need to find those people and get them to track that information.
Well, I'm glad for them. Let them do that. The reality of it is that everybody know that it's governmental nonsense and rubbish, and they're playing games with you when it comes down to crime and the numbers. Most people in this country know. That's why when she made the statement last night about the nation is much safer now, people did not believe her. So while you might be saying, yeah, get somebody who could do the work and whatever, yeah, that might be good, that's sounding good, that might be right. But the reality of it is that the nation, Trinidad and Tobago, don't believe the Prime Minister. They don't. There's the numbers here. You like numbers? There's the numbers. Do you agree with the Prime Minister that TNT is now a safe place? 3% say yes and 97% say no. And that's the numbers, that's the facts. Even though she put out this. Even though she put out a whole thing on crime, people not believing it. Because people not living it. They're not living it. Even though you might be telling me the numbers saying this, you know. But hey, I'm not feeling it. I am not feeling it. You think you could convince them people and them?
Remember when you call me on the program, I'm an economist. I stick to my thing. If you want somebody who understands that psychology and so on, you gotta get that person. Because I'm not. Whilst I acknowledge this, I will still want to know if they're fudging the numbers. That's how I hardwired. That's how I am. You understand? So I will always go to that. Anytime I'm in a campaign anyway, I want to understand things from my perspective. And that is it. But I mean, I saw the results of the poll was on radio this morning. I was listening to I-95, so I know that was the issue. But that said, to me, what is the problem in the country right now is the suppression, and I return to this, the suppression of people's expression. And whilst, yes, people might be talking on WhatsApp groups and so on, there's a point in time where Trinidadians tend to want to come out and express themselves fully, with the whole chest, as we say. And the government would need to know that they'll have to get out of the way of the citizenry, because the citizenry need to express themselves. We are expressive people. And whether they like it or not, that is just the nature of the Trinidadian, you know. So at some point in time, they will have to put a stop to this SOE. You can't have a SOE forever. Or you suspect that they will continue the SOE again.
I do agree that people are expressing themselves, and it doesn't have to take a protest for people to because
maybe I old school then.
Because at the end of the day, people I know about calling protest and you're standing up alone, you know, and it's for the right thing. I know about that. I know about calling a protest, people calling the radio and agreeing with you. And then when you look back, it's you alone, you know. So me, I'm not impressed with them kind of talk about.
Well, they can't call it now because of this whole SOE, the way it is developed, they really can't do much but in on the streets now. But I guess the younger people, they more on social media, so they find a way to express themselves there.
The reality for me is that I think people have been expressing themselves. I looked at a woman today on social media. She was one of the biggest activists for the UNC in Sandy Grande. And she has must about thousands of people on her live that she would have encouraged to vote UNC, who has spoken against and who have lifted their voice against this government and saying, call an election now. So there are people doing their little job, their little thing in the little spaces. And I personally believe that people are sorry about people feeling it, you know. People feeling it, boy. People generally and to just ignore what they're feeling just to bring it down to numbers. I don't feel it.
You're reducing what I am saying to just why can't it be part of the conversation? It doesn't have to be a just to. You understand? It could be that, okay, this is one thing that you are saying that we should do, and this is also something that we must be doing at the same time. It doesn't have to be mutually exclusive, you know. So I just say, that's my opinion.
Yeah. So
it come like if you call a Calypsonian, you must expect him to sing. If you call a economist, you must expect him to focus on numbers. That is just how it is, you know.
But I think I understand what that, and that's what I was telling you at the beginning of the program with Mr. Vasan Barrett and with Mariano Brown. While, as you were saying, that if you're talking economists, they're not thinking about people's feelings. They're just thinking about numbers.
I didn't say that either.
No.
I said, no.
I just showed an example.
Again, that is not what I said. What I said is, as an economist, you want a subsidy is not an efficient way. So therefore, what they do is they try to find a way to address those who cannot afford. So, for example, with the fuel subsidy, they say, okay, you can't afford, we'll give you CNG. All right? We assist you with that. But then not everybody could still get the CNG kit. So, but you have the buses, they keep the subsidy to some extent on diesel, but they remove the subsidy on premium, and they kept the subsidy to some extent on super. And that was their way to acknowledge how they could assist the small man. In addition to, with the TNTech bill, the government before, when whoever was public utilities before, they had said $100, bills under $100, I believe they got some rebate. Or under a certain amount of usage, they got a rebate. So if you wasn't using much lights, you didn't have to pay too much money. And that was a nice thing as well. So that way, they could remove the subsidy, but cover the small man.
Yeah, but what Mario? No,
so
I'm
not saying that that they didn't care about them. No, they cared about them, and that is why they put those things in place.
But I am saying to you that Mr. Mariano Brown and the energy guy was not bringing it across from that point of view.
No, because they're thinking to remove the subsidy, but maybe, and that's the next thing. So maybe if they talk, they will stress on removing the subsidy, But the point that they argue to protect the small man, maybe they didn't develop that point.
No, they didn't bring up. They didn't bring any point to protect the small man, because when Mr. Fasan Bharat was talking about protecting the small man, they say that is in the minority. They are in the minority. If you go back and you listen to the interview, you'll hear what they're saying, that you are trying to defend the minority. That is not in a wide scale. And again, they use numbers. Give us the numbers, the figures to show that there is a wide margin of people who truly depend on the subsidies. And that is why people would have said, people who are calling into the program would have said that Mr. Fasan Bharat would have been much more how to put it, I can't remember the word they use, than Mariano Brown and they, because they are economists and they just saying, hey, you just had to fix the books, fix it to come to some sort of balance.
Yeah, well, without knowledge, without the enemies, all I will say is this: you can't, honesty without compassion is brutality. So therefore, you have to have compassion when you're making policy. You must, and therefore, you have to protect the vulnerable.
And that is what people were saying to Dr. Mario Brown, because he was never a representative. He never represent people, so he would not understand that aspect of it.
Well, I want to swing it to the government now. So the same government, when they were coming into office, they said that the government must protect the citizens and protect the vulnerable and the marginalized. Remember, those words were used a lot, right? But as they got into office, their first act was to get rid of persons who were vulnerable and living on the margins. That was their first act. Even the young people, they closed down the youth programs, and as we're talking about emancipation, access to land. It is still a travesty of history, right? That land reform is not something that we focus on. You understand? So if you're in a land, well, because your father didn't have land. But okay, if we accept that many of us came from persons who were enslaved, they were not allowed to have land. And therefore, we must address that as a society. But so these are things that we need to also put in as a mandate and demand from now that we have access to these remedies. But then, of course, the same government that closed down the homestead programs that was giving young people land, a proportionate representation of the population land, they're not going to be interested in giving you land now. So,
the reality of it is in closed door meetings or with other young people, the young people who went through that and who experienced that, when they sit down to talk to their friends, them telling only we really gonna sit down and allow this to continue. We can't sit down and allow this to continue. And that's why my thing is, the three categories that you talk about, the ones who will vote, the ones who not short, who don't want to part of politics and don't want to vote, and the ones who playing games, we have to be able to convince these people that if you want a better Trinidad and Tobago, you understand, you have to educate yourself to the point of how much you could take, because we're not giving you how much you can take. What affected you? Look at what affected you. You understand? And make up your mind to deal with it from an election point of view. That's the anthem or the rhythm that I think going into a local or going to any election should be. Educate, inform people, drive people to the point of saying what affected you. What really affected you in this year and how much months of this government? What affected you? And taxi drivers could tell you what affecting them, everybody, and you have to beat the drum to educate them on that.
Yeah, but you are in the best position to get that information. I've seen hundreds of people watching right now, and it's after 12 midnight. You know, so you are in the best position. People like yourself who have a platform are in the best position to get a wider cross section of the population, because what a fella in an area could get is in his area, and then he had to go and see what somebody in the next area get, and they had to hope that they put it together properly, and then leave out his area concern, because a farmer don't anything might be worried about pests,
yes,
or land access, because he had to rent land every year. But that would not be a concern necessarily for a fella in the
who live in the city.
So people like you might want to have a program where callers call in and explain these are the issues.
Don't worry, local government come in.
And you put it on.
The local government come in. That's why I tell you that's why I could tell you that in Macamillion area, the church that I go to is in that area.
Yeah, I remember
at the end of
you based on your work, your vocation, everything you do puts you directly in touch with the pulse of the people on the ground. So therefore you clear, right? And you'll be more clear than most people. So you have to be a little patient with some of us who might not be there at the same level. You understand? You understand what I say? So, but yeah.
But look at showing your love and you taking me on.
No, but
you ain't taking me on.
Yeah, well,
you ain't taking me on. You understand?
Yeah. So, but yeah. So that's the
reality, and that's why I was so
surprised
passionate
about your viewers.
But listen to this. But I want to listen. I want you to listen to this as we look to close.
You're not going to sleep at all.
Could you listen to me before we close? That's why I was so passionate, and the viewers might have said that I was so loud, and we end up in a little.
Nah.
Let me tell you this.
The only thing that some of them didn't like was when we talking at the same time.
Right.
But listen, that only song so because of the mics. So that's the only problem. So that's how we stop.
Well, listen to this, though. You know the reality of it is, boy? And as you rightfully say, the position that I'm in, you can't tell me, boy, that every week I have to come and chop a hamper for you. Because I know what you're going through. So when the church pull together, everybody pull together and we do a hamper or we get something from NFL. Oh God, I shouldn't say that because they might block me. But the reality of it is that when you know people, when you go and you see the conditions that people living in, I know people sit down in their house and tell you, boy, I was working CPAP, you know. And I never was like this, you know.
It's a question of dignity. So
I never went through this. When I was working URP, the money was small, but I used to put a little 100 in the susu. You understand? I used to do a little susu and get an accumulate. How you feel I buy my washing machine? They're showing you, know. And no, all I come down to is coming to the church to get a little hamper to feed my children, or my neighbor might give me a little job to cut grass, or this one might call me to do a little something now and then to make up a little money to pay my light bill. And that is why I said here that somebody can't be going through that. And then you come to tell me to vote for you who make me lose and then win. But I understand your point about that same person could say I don't want no part of politicians and politics because them politicians says who are me in this situation that I'm in now. But they still have to show them that it's not the politician before didn't have you in that. The politician before was helping you that you move. So try and put he back now.
But as you mentioned, you had raised a question how people could move forward, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some people have the capacity to do it on their own at the point in time. So they might have access to a sewing machine. They mightn't even own it, but they might have access to one, and they could make some curtains, and they might get clients too, because they might be good with social media and whatnot. Some people might be able to bake, and they might have access to a place to bake, right? But some people might have a skill that it mightn't be that they could get a machine to do. Or, it might be expensive now. And that may be something where they'll have to pool resources. And as I say, with your church, just as you could get people to help you, For charity, some people might be able to help you for production. So let me say the church say, okay, we go open I think the bottle pepper sauce or something. You know? I just making up. I don't know what people in church involved in, right? Or we're going to get some business doing something that we could sell to the supermarket or something. But you all will know the skill set. You had to first do our skills audit of the people in the church, you know, to see what they could do, what resources you have access to without having to pay for it. Because a man might have a little job somewhere, he might have a little access to some equipment, and because it's for the church, the employer might say, well, okay, you could try it on a Saturday, you know, and that kind of thing. So you first do audit of the people in the organization, and then you now say, okay, what are the options we could try for business? And then from there, you could see how we could find ways to help people get through. Another opportunity can be you have to see what assets you have access to first. So that is the first thing. You take an analysis of where you're at, and then you move forward. But it will be easier if the church creates opportunities.
It sounds easier.
It will be easier for the church than for the individual if they can.
No, I'm still saying it sounds easier. It sounds easier. Trust me when I tell that, because when a church have to pay $10,000 rent, light bill, plus do other stuff, it sounds easier. People in the church who they may not be, you may think that there are persons in the church who are entrepreneurs. They may not be entrepreneurs. They may not have a quantity of entrepreneurs in the church. You may have people who are working and may have secular jobs where they're working for the government, some people working for private thing, and the one or two persons who are entrepreneurs maybe in the construction field, and that has slowed down. Consecutively, it has slowed down. You understand? So that's what I'm saying to you, that there are a lot of other things, you know, that people who not out there have no idea what people are going through. People are going through. Trust me when I tell you that. People are going through. And there are some people who really reach to the point where they say to themselves, yeah, what? Fend for yourself, yes? Because right now, it's looking good. It's looking good, it's feeling good. That's what it reached to. That's what it reached to. You know, and as you rightfully say, as we look to close, you see the numbers you're talking about. I would ask. My concern is, I want to know how much people in San Fernando, East and West, lost their jobs in CPEP and forestry. Not so much, well, URP, yes, but we know URP is a part-time program. But we're talking about people who work CPEP and URP. I would like to know the numbers.
Yeah, but
we know the overall numbers nationwide. You understand? Nationwide. One of the things, again, in Grandy, people who lost their jobs started to vend. So they would buy food wholesale, buy markets of wholesale, sell it, find places on the streets in Grandy to sell. The corporation run them.
I remember seeing that in the news.
So those are things that people are not just to just say, well, nah, boy, people so feeling it, boy.
Making it hard. So
come on.
There has to be a reason. Have you a
What's
plan?
the reason, boy?
Well, that's sinister one, but it has to be a plan behind it, because it cannot be that in the face of all this joblessness, you're not making a move to spend any money. Because if they spend any money at all, like a drop, it will in the desert now. It will
dry up.
Yeah, but it will be used. At least it will be used now. Anything they spend now, if they say they're going to build 100 houses, it'll be used. So they're not doing work, and they're not giving jobs. And so, but in terms of your flock, I think even as little as it might sound and might be daunting, you don't want to give false hope to people, of course, because you come with that. So you might want to quietly conduct that assessment now. Because people hear questions asking, they might think, well, okay, people can get through. And then you're gassing people up, and then they will take out their anger on you because they could hold you. They can't hold somebody else. So,
your closing remarks.
Well, today the conversation was in many directions, but I will say that the country is at a place where it is worrying. It is sad, and it is on several levels. Even the attacks targeting, the party, the attacks focusing on workers losing their jobs, businesses closing down. So the economy is not in a good place, and despite one or two economists who might try to sing for the government, it is not looking good, and there is no leadership in terms of economic management coming from the government, which is worse. Because even if things are bad and you see the government moving in the right direction, it will give people confidence. But all you're getting is more the same. So all we could do at this stage is what we are doing, which is outlining where the government is going wrong or has gone wrong, and at the same time preparing ourselves for the change that must come when it is constitutionally due. And that's it.
Where will you be on Saturday?
Saturday I will be at Uhuru. Uhuru. I think you might have to play the ad again.
I'll play the ad. I'll only play the ad to leave. Were you calling in minutes after 12? You calling in to say what?
God, why am I being puffed? Oh, God. Good night, Mr. Pastor Google. Good night, Mr. Weekend.
It's not night again, and it's morning.
Good night.
Good night. Good night.
Good morning.
Why, good morning. Good morning. Why am I? What is us to come out to God? Good Lord. Anyhow, I'm just here. I just called to say something. I don't know if people understand. We live in a country, in an economy that is slowly and every day you see it is contracting.
It's contracting?
But things they have every day. Every day you can't walk down the road past, huh? You can walk from the top of the street to the bottom of the street and know what they beg you.
That is true. That is true.
You meet people who don't know you at all.
There's more.
From Norway.
There's more beggars by the bank. There are more people begging by the banks than ever before.
And I get it. Some of these people wasn't there last year. Why are they there this year?
Well, they're waiting for you with your 10%.
No. I mean, we come on 10%. You know, whenever they said that they paid me, because we know they didn't pay.
No, but they already said they're not paying it. They're giving you non-cash options. You'll get some days off.
They don't know how. I don't know the off thing. That is not
cash.
Because if you don't have any loans, with the government, you don't have any AGC payments. So you don't have an AGC house with payments. You don't have no loans with the government, no student loans. You'll get some days off. Compensatory.
I'm not owing nobody. I have no loans nowhere. What I work for is mine. You can't bargain and play poker with mine.
I'm sticking to what the government has said. All right. And
because that same government crime.
If you notice,
PSA
that
same government.
PSA has not come out to say yea or nay, Do you understand? So it is clear that they have basically given up the ghost. The non-cash options, if you don't have any debts with the government, you don't owe AGC, you don't owe the government banks, so government loans, then you will be the happy recipient of compensatory time off.
All right. So caller is already 12:34. Obika have to go to Kirep. So, and he is in studio. He not on the phone line, and he not live in Sando. He live in Kirep. So I want to allow him to leave and go home safe. So I have to stay up until he reach home.
When you're from Point, you just say stay in Kirep.
So you're going Point?
No. I stay in Kirep. You just say we live in Kirep now, because you're from Point. You land down the house, you're building a little thing down there. So you stay in Kirep, yeah?
Okay.
When you're from Point, you treat living in Kirep as you're in exile.
Yeah, caller.
Good night, sir.
All right.
Good night.
Yeah, man. Have a good evening. Have a good morning. You still saying good night.
I played the ad before it.
You want to play the ad before you leave?
Yeah, let me see the ad.
All right, okay.
Yak and Friends proudly presents Uhuru 8. Join us on Saturday, July 25th from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. at the City Hall Auditorium, Harris Promenade in San Fernando. This year's celebration is held in honor of Mr. Anthony Kamiziong as we continue strengthening our African ties through culture, unity, and heritage. Experience an unforgettable evening of African dance, powerful drumming, cultural expression, and great food. Early bird tickets are $350 admits 2 and $200 admits 1. Come dressed in your finest African attire for a chance to win Best Dressed Male and Female. Celebrate African culture. Celebrate freedom. Celebrate Uhuru 8. For tickets, contact 684-1792 or ticket outlet at Something Special with Finishing Touch at Ritz Plaza, number 25, St. James Street in San Fernando.
I'll be walking with a door prize. I don't know if it will be for best anything, but the organizers will determine what it will be for. Quality African art.
All right. So
and that piece will be worth multiple times the value of the ticket on entry.
All right, sir. Thank you very much, Mr. Obika, for being with me this evening. And to those of you who are still on the live, let's see if people still on the live. Yeah, for those of you who are still on the live, let me say thank you all very, very much for staying on the live. I'll tell you after. All right? These are the people who haven't subscribed to the page.
Okay.
They haven't subscribed to the page. And they're looking.
Okay, so there's a lot of people. Wow.
Cool?
Yeah, man.
Right. So these are the viewers who haven't subscribed to the page. And these are the people who subscribe to the page.
All right. So what I will do when we go to Burkina Faso, I will aim to link you with the team over there. So maybe if we're doing, the time zone might be a problem because 4 hours ahead, but we'll see how it could happen. The day that we'll be in Burkina Faso, it should be around Independence. It's at the 31st, 1st and 2nd. So,
all right. Well, we'll see how it go. You can send us videos and thing, man. And we'll play the videos and stuff.
But I'll prefer if there's a way we could do a link up.
Yeah, we'll do the link up. So we could
interview the people there.
Yeah. That's not a problem. Yeah. That's not a problem.
We shall arrange that if possible.
All right. No, man. No, I'm not taking no more calls. No. What is going on with you? Hello, good evening. Good morning. Hello, good morning.
Good morning to Mr. Obika. Well done, sir. Well done. And Mr. Google, thank you for a real modified program. I listened and I enjoyed it. That is why I had to call to let you know that I welcome that program. Mr. Obika, in the name of the Lord Jesus, reach home safe, please, and wish that you come again. And Mr. Google, oh God, you're looking nice in your uniform. Look, let me go from here. Good night, fellas. God blessings.
All right, thank you very much. All right, good.
But I really want that Burkina Faso link up, because then what we could do now, you could have your callers calling in, if you could find a way to link up and talking to people in Burkina Faso. And then once I link it, that is it. My job done. You have to now link with them so they could be a guest on your program, Zoom. In fact, before I go, I'll try to see if I can get the guy.
And we could talk to him on the phone.
Yeah.
All right, no scene. All right, people, have a good rest of the morning.
The information provided by the speakers and or presenter on Facebook and YouTube is for general informational purposes only. All information is provided in good faith. However, Constructive Talk makes no representation or warranty of any kind, express or implied, regarding the accuracy, adequacy, validity, reliability, availability, or completeness of this information.
The Constructive Talk team with Pastor Google are asking for your support in their back-to-school drive. Let's help the less fortunate children get ready for the new school term. Donations of notebooks, copybooks, stationeries, and book bags would be greatly appreciated. Show your love, show your generosity by contacting 464-703, and we will organize collection of your donations. Thank you from the Constructive Talk team. And remember to be kind, be generous, and be loved.